will you quit the Labor Party?
Look, when I was crossing the floor, I crossed it knowing that there was going to be the potential expulsion as a consequence.
Live on 6 News, this is the ACT Decides Election 2024.
And a very good evening to you. It's just gone 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Welcome into 6 News' special live coverage of the 2024 Australian Capital Territory General Election. Another big 6 News election night production. There's a lot going on, and mind you, not just the ACT, we've got 3 by-elections in New South Wales as well. Pittwater, Epping and Hornsby. We've got that covered for you all throughout the evening with our stellar team, Stuart Jeffrey and Maggie Perry. It is going to be a massive night here. And look, in the ACT, we're lucky because we're going to get results in really, really fast. I'm talking in the next 15 minutes or less, and those are going to be really, really interesting to watch. Are we going to have another 4 years added on to 23 of Labor? Could we have another 4 years of a coalition with the Greens? How will independents for Canberra come in? We'll have to see all that. It's going to be an exciting night. We want you to leave all your comments in the live chat, of course. Let us know what you think, what your predictions are. Give us all your thoughts, whether you think we're totally wrong in our predictions. Let us know in the live chat or throughout the evening. It is going to be a maybe not that long of a night. Who knows? Who knows? Want to get started with our predictions first, and we're kind of rushing this through because, again, these results are the real results are going to come in very shortly. Maggie, I'll start with you, and this is one I thought was really interesting when you tipped it. First of all, Stuart followed on to it. You reckon Family First could get a seat here? Well, talk us through your predictions for tonight.
Right, about that Family First seat. Elizabeth Kicker, she's a Liberal MP. She was kicked out of the party for alleged bullying internally, and now she's joined the Family First party, currently repping them in Parliament. She's running with them this election, and she's running in Ginninderra, which is the weakest area for the Liberals. Definitely the area they're most likely to second weakest area than compared to Kurrajong, but it's the area they're most likely to lose a seat. And if they lose a seat, it could be the Balco Party, which is a local party led by former Liberal leader in the ACT, Bill Stefaniak. There's the Independents for Canberra group, who are a community independent group associated with David Pocock. They're running throughout the entire territory. Definitely one to watch, but this seat is going to be very interesting to watch in Ginninderra, and I think Family First will win it. As for the Independents for Canberra group, I think they'll get 2 or 3 seats. They're pretty well positioned in some of the electorates, especially in the east of Canberra. The Greens are probably going to come back from their very high result in 2020, where they got just about every seat they could have been hoping for. They're definitely out in Brindabella, and they could lose a seat in other places like Kurrajong, and the Liberals and Labor are very likely to lose vote share, respectively. Really, this is a very unpredictable result because there's just been no polls for us to look at.
Yeah, not a single poll here, not one. Unlike the NT, when we had like one really outdated poll, not a single poll for this election. Stuart, you've got similar to Maggie. You've also got a Family First seat gained in your tips. Talk us through yours. We're starting off early here. You're muted, Stuart. 4 minutes in, is that a record? Still can't hear you, actually.
I don't know why you can, Mark.
There we go. Go ahead.
Jeez, it's as you said, every time. I tend to align a lot with Maggie's predictions. I just got a bit more faith in the Greens not losing as much as they're expected to lose. I think we are probably underestimating that, which is why I've got one less Labor seat and one more Green seat. But other than that, Liberals, I'm pretty confident in agreeing Maggie there on how that will fall.
Yeah, I think that, look, the Greens, I don't think not at this election they're going to get more than 6, right? I reckon Labor stays at 10, the Liberals get up 1 to 10, Greens down 2. I think they'll lose their second in Kurrajong, and I think they'll lose Brindabella. And Independents for Canberra, they'll gain that second Kurrajong from them, and they will also gain Brindabella. Family First, I just don't see it. I think definitely possibly competitive. I think she had about 9% of the vote, Kirkett, in 2020. Whether that carries on, I'm not sure. I can't see them picking up, and maybe it'd be a bit ironic for a socially conservative party to win in what is arguably the most progressive jurisdiction in the country. Noting, of course, she is their only ever representative since the party was formed in 2021. So, in some ways, they've already got one. I just don't see it happening, to be totally honest. But my predictions, right, could be totally wrong, and very, very prepared for them to be. It's Hare Clark. We love Hare Clark here, but it will be an interesting night. Again, we're going to get results pretty shortly. Just quickly going through some of the New South Wales by-elections. Again, it is Epping, it's Hornsby, and it's Pittwater. 2 of those pretty boring. Labor not contesting any of them. And all 3 of us, well, we've got the exact same predictions. We have Epping hold Liberals, Hornsby hold Liberals, Pittwater gained by the Independent. Maggie, the Independent, of course, is the teal. I guess you could say the wild card of the seat, though, is the Libertarian candidate. He's the only other candidate. It's optional preferential voting, and really it's where the Libertarian preferences go or don't go that will be crucial here.
Yeah, optional preferential voting. A lot of these, well, most of these Libertarian votes, they'll be coming from the Liberals, and, they didn't contest last time. And a lot of those votes will come from the Liberals, and a lot of them will exhaust. And that means that the Liberals will have a much more tough time compared to Jackie Scrooby, the community independent running in Pittwater. I think that she definitely has the advantage. Unlike last election, Labor and the Greens aren't actually running in this seat, which gives her an advantage because optional preferential voting meant a lot of these votes exhausted. And with full preferences, she would have won the seat last time. She was just 0.7% off taking the seat from the Liberals. It was one of the closest seats throughout the night. But what's really interesting is that it's actually been a very vocal campaign. I've seen a lot of people talking about it on Twitter, a lot of controversy about a Jackie Scrooby volunteer taking down signs from the Liberals, and, the Liberal candidate doesn't even live in the electorate, which isn't unheard of, but it's definitely been at the forefront of the campaign here.
It's something that always pops up, right? Does the candidate live in the electorate? I know there's major parachuting examples. Christina Keneally was the big one. There was also the Black State by-election next month in South Australia, where apparently the Liberal candidate doesn't live in the electorate there either. I'm not sure we're going to be doing live coverage for that one, but we'll be covering it in one form or another. And so we'll wait and see for that. Still no results yet at the moment. I know normal elections, that sounds a bit greedy, but again, really, they will be coming in any minute now. Curious, Independents for Canberra, your thoughts on this, Maggie, and then I'll get to you, Stuart, because they are a party, right? And they do have a set of common goals. Is that something that could get lost among maybe some of the other independent parties? There's Strong Independents, there's Fiona Carrick Independent, which is a registered party. Of course, there are other minor parties. Do they risk, I guess, splitting the vote and in a semi-optional preferential thing, potentially not getting enough flows to get up and meet the quota?
Look, in 3 of these electorates, Brindabella near Tuggeranong, Ginninderra, which is near Balkanan, and Yarrabee, which I believe Gungahlin. Not sure if I said that right. But in those 3 electorates, the independent, Fiona Carrick Independents and Strong Independents aren't running. They don't have to worry about splitting the vote. And they've got a good chance in all 3 of them. But there's also Murrumbidgee, which is where Fiona Carrick, a very strong independent, ran at the last election. She got 7% of the vote. She was close to winning a seat. And in Kurrajong, there's the Strong Independence Group, which I'm not sure if they're going to perform very well, but you never know. It's where Independence for Canberra's leader, Thomas Emerson, is running. What's really interesting is that it's kind of hard to tell if this is really a party or more so just a group trying to register so that they can get above the line and get all of those votes. All of the policies that are listed on their site are just policies that everyone's agreed to. They seem to still be acting as independents in the parliament, and I think even some of them might support the government while others won't. It'll be very interesting if they win multiple seats to see how that ends up, but they're definitely a very strong force, a fourth party force in Canberra.
And to avoid confusion for those at home, while they're strong as a force, they're not the strong independents. They're independents for Canberra. And, you know, Fiona Carrick's a pretty strong independent, but she's not with strong independents. It's all a bit weird. Look, regardless of what happens, if she's up, I'll call her a Fiona Carrick independent MLA because that's her party. David Pocock's a David Pocock senator. You know, I will do this and, you know, go along with it. Stuart, again, just on the Independence Party thing, this seems to be like almost, maybe I've missed one, but it seemed to be one of the pretty largest, I guess you'd say, coordinated, territory-wide, non-major party campaign for ACT elections. And I'm including the Greens as a major party in the ACT for kind of self-explanatory reasons. Do you think, you know, that's something that can, I guess, last in Parliament, this sort of yes independent but not independent members of a party kind of thing? Because it hasn't really been tried that much before.
It does depend on how big their wedge is this time, which is probably worthwhile pointing out that at the outset here that the Chief Minister isn't appointed by the Governor or a Governor-General or an Administrator. The Chief Minister is elected directly by Parliament, so that could definitely play a role here, trying to win votes for that at least. Especially if the Greens perform poorly, and I know you guys have them performing worse than I do. But I guess it comes down to the wedge and how much, you know, they actually gain now. If they have low gains now, well, they might can still get bigger gains later on. The problem is if they get big gains now, but they don't, you know, hold up to the standard because whether that means because they split out individually or they try to stay as a bunch, which goes against the independent idea. It depends on how they perform. I reckon if they're small this time round, and they get one or two seats in, then they'll probably be in a bigger position next time with fatigue towards probably a Greens Labor government. So either they go in now and they go in hard, or it'll be a bit of a slow burn situation with more success next time round.
Alternatively, nothing ever happens and it's still just Labor, Liberal, Greens that are elected, which I mean, it wouldn't, to be honest, surprise me if legitimately nothing ever happens at this election. I'm noting results will come in very shortly, but I really, look, I think Emerson's got the best chance at the moment. Somewhat of a profile thing, somewhat of the I don't think Greens can hold a second Kurrajong seat thing. Polls have closed, of course, as you'll see. And it is interesting, Maggie, because the ACT, they've got this electronic voting. I know there's always conspiracies about that. It's been proven pretty well, and it has been all good. And it means we're going to get things pretty fast, right?
Yeah, I believe we're getting them pretty fast. That's what happened last election. I hope I don't have something wrong because I would hate to, make people think that we're going to get results in just a few minutes when we won't. I hope I'm not foreshadowing. But it's going to be very interesting if we get like half of votes within just a few minutes of polls closing. Once again, I'm not exactly sure how these electronically counted votes are going to be favouring certain parties, but I think they're going to be pretty good indications of what the results were. Last editorial election, it looked like the Greens actually underperformed in these electronic votes, if I'm correct, so that'll be something to look out for. Usually in elections, the Greens do well early on in the night, and as the night progresses, for example in Fanny Bay, they lose steam and lose votes. But yeah, the ACT election is going to be so interesting, and the Pittwater by-election will be definitely one to watch as well, but we won't be getting results as soon.
Yeah, and we'll look forward to the New South Wales by-elections. I think we'll bring some more coverage of those a little later in the night. But yeah, we'll figure that out. Stuart, something that has been interesting is, I guess, we've talked about it with Family First. You could say the notionally right-wing vote in the ACT, and the Liberals have kind of taken all of that, right? The Libertarians, they haven't really done much here. Family First, I think they've got their best opportunity. Obviously, the DLP is still registered there. They're not going to win. Shooters have been registered in the past. You know, it's not a very friendly place for these kind of parties, is it?
No, but I think they can definitely steal some votes here, which is why Maggie and I both have Family First picking up a seat, or at least retaining a seat. And I think we'll see a swing towards them in terms of percentages. If nothing else, though, I guess everything will be a swing because they haven't, really been in the elections before here. But that point aside, I think that there's a good position here for the Family First to try and swipe at 2 or 3 seats. Whether they'll get them is less likely, but with all the focus being on the independents and the Greens and Labor, there's a chance here that Family First could, get around and take a couple of seats when no one else is paying any attention to them. The Liberals have been in opposition for a very long time and haven't made much headway, and I think that works in favour for Family First, especially Canberra being more progressive at a federal level. The ACT was the only territorial state to vote for the voice, so I think that the Family First, because they do also draw on Labor right as well. They've got that origin there in South Australia, so there's definitely a pull there from both Labor right and also the ability to be the only other competitor to the Liberals for the right. So I think that stands in their favour. I reckon we'll see a lot of progressive votes moving towards the independents, which is definitely why we've all got Greens performing poorer, although I think Greens aren't going to be affected as much by that. But definitely this gap that's kind of been left there. There's no challenger to the Liberal Party on the right. It's definitely where Family First can get into things, make it a bit of a mess for the Liberal Party.
I mean, look, I think the Greens, at least in this kind of cycle, have pretty much reached their peak with 6, right? Extraordinary result in them in 2020. Independence for Canberra has only further complicated things for them. I'll note that, when the Jonathan Davis resignation happened and the misconduct allegations there, I was probably privately ruling off Brenda Bella anyway. So marginal last time, and this obviously wouldn't help. I'm sure that if they do lose a couple seats, it's going to be maybe wildly attributed to something they've done in federal parliament, or it's going to be it's not it really. We don't need to read a giant amount into an ACT election, as much as I'm not trying to denigrate the ACT, we don't denigrate the NT just because people say they're glorified local councils, but I don't think anyone needs to read dramatically too much into it at this point. Really just look at it at an ACT level. We don't have results yet, and that's making me nervous that Mackie's it'll be in a couple minutes thing is a little off, but we'll be fine. We've got all night. So keep your comments coming in. Let us know your thoughts. Give us any, if you hate or whatever, just send it through. Let us know what you think and what your predictions are. Who do you think is going to win? Will Independence for Canberra win a seat? Will Family First win a seat? Do let us know in the live chat. You can do that right now. Still no results yet at the moment. I look and I watch and I wait. It's interesting. The ABC had IFC on its main page and now it's gone. But go on, Maggie.
Yeah, obviously the Independence of Canberra, let's just say IFC for now, are really posing a threat at this election. And the internal polling I've been hearing from the Labor and the Liberals generally have Labor down, the Liberals down, the Greens about stagnant in terms of vote share, not necessarily seats, and the Independence for Canberra way up. Up. Really, they've got a good chance in 3 different electorates. They could win one in Brindabella. That's where the Greens are most at risk, very likely to lose that seat. they had Jonathan Davis, their MP, was forced to retire due to sexual misconduct allegations, and there's been a lot of discontent on the ground there. Independents for Canberra are likely to pick up a seat there, I'd say. In Kurrajong, in Canberra's central area, the Greens managed to pick up 2 seats out of 5 at the last election. Right now, Rebecca Vassarotti, the second MP there, is definitely in danger to the leader of the AFC, Thomas Emerson, who is running a very strong campaign there, taking votes from, I guess, the Liberals and the Greens, as well as Labor. And lastly, they've got a very good chance in Werribee, where David Pollard, who polled 3% in the previous election as an independent, is running as one of the lead candidates there. They've also got a strong chance in this area. Labor were polled very poorly compared to the rest of the territory, saw a huge swing away from them last election. If that trend were to continue, the IFC could pick up a seat, or alternatively, the Liberals could win a third there, which would be extremely important to their path to government.
The Greens, they started off this campaign, the formal campaign, by saying they sought to lead the next government. Again, I don't think anyone really thinks it's going to happen here. Maggie, you first, then Stuart. One day, though, in the ACT, not necessarily majority, but as the largest party, could it be the Greens?
I think it would be quite well away in the future. I think there would have to be a very dramatic political upheaval, a lot of discontent with the major parties. You have to remember, discontent with government isn't in favour of the Greens here. They're actually in coalition with Labor. Labor has led government for 23 years, I believe. They've completely ruled over the ACT. That's why it gets its name as one of the most progressive areas in the country. Really, I don't think the Greens exactly at all have a shot at winning government. Obviously, we have no polls to be able to tell, but rather they're more so in danger of losing their seats in Brindabella, in Murrumbidgee, in Kurrajong, and in Werribee. They could lose 4 out of those 6 seats. If they were to hold just one of those, it would be the first time the Greens were able to retain more than 2 seats at an election.
Stuart, same question to you. Not this election, but one day down the line, could we have a Greens-led government in the capital?
It's definitely possible. Remember, two years ago, we were saying they'll probably become the second biggest party. That's looking less likely right now. But the way I see things falling is that if the Greens lose enough seats here, that they can't form government in a coalition with Labor, well, that would require both to lose seats, not be able to make that 13 seat majority, and that requires working with the Independents or someone else. Then if the Greens aren't a central part of that coalition, then they've got an edge. As you mentioned, there's been, as Maggie mentioned, there's been 20 plus years of Labor. Removing Greens from being a core part of that coalition would help the Greens next time round, because I guess they're kind of tainted, for lack of a better word, in the minds of some of the people who support the Independents. So a strong Independent performance and a poor Greens performance could definitely be a factor in allowing the Greens to kind of take back their image as the alternative to Labor. That would require the Greens not being an important part of the coalition. But even just after one term of that, the Greens will be able to then pick up steam again. They've just got to shed that image of being Labor's right-hand man to the Independents and swing voters.
Yeah, definitely. And you almost wonder whether maybe a bit privately they'd be happy with it if they didn't get returned to a coalition. They can now, I guess you could say, fight harder from the crossbench than they could with 3 of their MPs in the cabinet. And look, I wouldn't be surprised if Labor has the numbers and has another independent to get them over 13. I think they'd take that, or at least they'd consider it. Of course, my most likely is a return of Labor Greens. I don't know whether they'll go with a formal coalition, maybe something a bit less formal. but we'll wait and see for that. Still no results yet at the moment, but I'm sure they'll be in a sec. Right? Give us your thoughts.
I want to point out there I just want to interrupt and point out there that because the chief minister is elected rather than being appointed under convention, the chief minister or the prime minister or the premier would be the leader of the largest party, or the party that can form government, and would therefore be appointed by the governor or the governor general. But in this instance, that's not a factor. That convention does not apply. The Greens could vote to elect Barr again to be chief minister, but then not do anything else with Labor. They don't require that majority to form government by appointment, because it's an election to choose a chief minister. The Greens can pick Barr, because they probably would, and then choose to not form government in other ways. There's not that need for the supply agreements. They don't have that as a factor, so that could work for the Greens. We'll pick Barr, but then we won't form government in the same way that we would in other jurisdictions.
Yeah, I don't see any, last minute no Barr thing coming in, right? If there's the numbers, he'll be the chief minister again, and he seems pretty.
So no
popular.
holds barred.
No, that's a good one. He does seem pretty popular. He really does. And I know we're going off the vibes here, but yeah. By the way, all support to our great producer behind the scenes. If he could give me Gmail edit access on that doc, that would be really helpful right about now. Just saying it because it's easier than me typing at the moment. Look, yeah, Andrew Barr. I mean, I know we're going way too early. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if he doesn't contest the next election but again, he seems popular enough, right? He's gone through the pandemic. He got through several months of it and got re-elected in 2020. He got, he's the last of the 2020 leaders, and I really just don't think he is going anywhere soon, or I can't think of why he'd suddenly pack up and leave. But yeah, it seems to be working out for him. It is an interesting convention, Stuart, just on the legal side of things, that it does happen this way. Because I was speaking to Andrew Barr about it in January, and it is just so fascinating that they choose to do it this way.
Exactly. Let's say hypothetically looking at any other state or territory. Let's say you've got a very narrow government with only a 2 or 3 seat majority. Then if a couple of those seats are lost to independents, or there's by-elections and as a result they lose a majority, then we could going to the looking back at the Gillard government and Rudd and Tony Abbott, if we had a situation like that and just 2 MPs swapped sides, suddenly you've got Tony Abbott in government and the Governor General has to appoint a new Prime Minister. There's not a concern for that in the ACT. It's an election. There's no appointment. There's no need to worry about a supply and confidence agreement. So it gives room for the independents, for the Greens to kind of step away. Labor could appoint all of their MLAs as ministers and then just work with the independents and the Greens on specific bills there. It's not as reliable, having to go on an ad hoc basis, but the Greens would love something like that, because then they're choosing on the basis of issues rather than because they're forced to by a coalition, and that could potentially save the Greens here. The Liberals wouldn't really factor into it, but we could see a Liberals-Greens alliance on certain issues, like we're seeing with the housing right now in the Senate. So by the Greens not being locked into a coalition, that could be very helpful for them. They can fight Labor on issues rather than being forced to work from within.
I've got my cat approaching me on this desk because I've got some dinner in front of me and I need her to go away. Ebony! Anyway, yeah, that will be interesting to see how that plays out. And it's weird to talk about the Greens in a major party sense, but they really are in the ACT. Not just because of the government thing, it's just they're always there. They're in the info boxes on Wikipedia. They're just an incredibly prominent part for obvious reasons here. And look, that will be an interesting factor that we'll be able to have a look at. Maggie, still don't have results yet, but I do look forward to seeing the New South Wales by-election results. Just what do you make of the Labor decision not to contest? Because I know they weren't likely in Pittwater or Hornsby, but I thought they might have had a chance in Epping.
This seat, Epping, just north of Parramatta, it was Dominic Perrottet's seat, and now that he is retired, I think Labor could have had a chance at winning here. You know, they might still be in their honeymoon phase in New South Wales. But yeah, Labor hasn't decided to contest any of these by-elections. I think it's quite understandable. This is something that governments like to do, and the opposition in safe seats, where they know if they lose, the media could very easily paint it as the government seeing a defeat in these elections. And so that's why Chris Binns has decided not to stand any candidates in these areas. But especially in the seat of Pittwater, where there's a notable community independent, Labor's standing down is very important because it means a lot of these votes won't exhaust, and instead those votes will be given first to Jackie Scrooby in Pittwater. I think this would be a good time to showcase our new election graphics that I've been working on. We'll be using them throughout the night. Let's go to the ACT election graphics just so we could get a look at Ginninderra. This is one of the most interesting seats this night. Just if we could go to the Ginninderra profile. It's going to be one of the most interesting seats this night. We've got a Family First MP there, Elizabeth Kicker, and she left the Liberal Party last election. The Liberals aren't very well positioned here. If we go to the 2020 results, we can see that the Liberals didn't perform very well. They had a 5% swing away from them. And the new Belco Party, which is contesting this election, decided to run. They got 9.5%, came close to winning a seat. They're contesting again. We'll have to see how this seat goes, especially with Elizabeth Kicker, the top vote getter, leading the party.
Yeah. Can I just say, Maggie has done an insanely good job with that, and that does not take a short amount of time. So I encourage people, go to patreon.com/SIXNewsAU. That is phenomenal work from Maggie Perry there. That looks just absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Now, we do have those New South Wales by-elections to get to. I believe we're trying to get to one of our one candidate who'll be joining us. Doug Rennie is the Libertarian candidate for Pittwater. And can I just check, you can hear me all right?
Yeah.
I can hear you. Great. Thank you very much for joining us. Polls obviously closed half an hour ago. Talk to us. How are you feeling? How's it been today?
And, my first time in politics and running for a state position. I've had the opportunity to see the other two candidates, and I've had the benefit of seeing some of the things that they've said. So I've managed to secure the energy and talk to the people of Pittwater, and it's been a very encouraging first start.
Now, goes without saying that unless there's some massive swing for one Liberal or Independent on primary, it is going to be you whose preferences are really crucial here. Do you think that most voters who vote for you are going to put in a second preference for either of the other candidates, noting that you can just vote one in New South Wales?
I think they'll follow the card which we've put forward, and I think we're going to have a big bearing on the outcome as a result of the preferential voting.
And it has been a really interesting time for the Libertarians in the past couple weeks, right? You had the big swing in New South Wales local government, which was record results for your party. How are you feeling more generally about the party's direction and, I guess, getting name recognition out there?
And I'm very grateful that John Ruddock gave me the opportunity to be a candidate. And I can wholeheartedly say that from the people, I've had 100 conversations, 200 conversations, 1,000 conversations, and they're right behind the libertarian movement and party. And I've got a good feeling that there's going to be many, many people from all ages, from young all the way through to the more mature age, that actually want to join the Libertarian Party.
And yeah, it is interesting, as you say, right? First couple elections with your new name, and John Ruddock, he mentioned to us that you're wanting to contest, the party's wanting to contest every by-election possible. So yeah, this is just another example of that. Just finally, I again, just in terms of the results, do you think that your policies out there are maybe potentially influencing the Liberals, who are, the party you're having to recommend? And if you get a significant vote and they need your preferences, do you think that might influence them policy-wise?
Look, I like to be the party that people follow, rather than us be the party to try and follow the other side. And I do believe that from our messaging, it was very noticeable. I had messages right from the start, and as the campaign went on, I was noticing that they were putting their own messages very similar to what we were putting forward, because they've obviously identified that that's what the people want.
It's going to be really fascinating to see these results. Best of luck to you. Thanks very much for joining us. Have a good night.
Look, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Now to the ACT, or back to the ACT now. We do have some results in there. Maggie, you were so rudely interrupted while talking about that. Do let us know, what do we have here? What do we have in the ACT results at the moment?
Right, so we've got results in all electorates. I think right now the most one I wanted to look at was Murrumbidgee. If we could just go to the results we've got right now. We've seen modest swings away from Labor, modest swings away from the Liberals, for Greenstown, and in Murrumbidgee, Fiona Carrick, Independent, is really up. She's got 13%. In these electorates, you need 1/6 of a vote to get a seat when there's 5 MPs. And, Fiona Carrick's very close to that. I think she's got a very good shot. Sorry, just wrong results. Go to the party results. We might be having some of those difficulties throughout the night, but the Greens have had a swing away from them in Murrumbidgee too, and that's very concerning for them. Independents for Canberra also got 4.7% in this area. Those votes will translate to a seat for Fiona Carrick. I think, with 44% of the vote counted already, that is a very strong showing for her. She's very likely to win a seat from here. If she were to be elected, that would be the first seat for an independent in the ACT Legislative Assembly since, I think, 2004.
That is fascinating. And sorry to interrupt. I was just going to say, yeah, she is. Well, looks like I've already probably got one prediction all wrong already, because she is definitely ahead there, and that's obviously concerning for the Greens. Look, she's a member of Fiona Carrick Independent. I look forward to calling her Fiona Carrick Independent MLA. But that is definitely, well, it shows swings against all the major parties. So whether we see that translated elsewhere throughout the night, we'll watch for that. By the way, I'm going to comment it. Those graphics looks fantastic. People should support this. Patreon.com/SIXNewsAU, because that takes a lot of work. Again, these are just the very early results we have at the moment. Things
actually, they're not very early. That's 40% counted.
Sorry, I was just going to say it's the first batch. Things could change, but that's a lot of the vote, as you say correctly, Maggie. Do we have anything from any of the other 4 seats?
We could go to the seat of Brenda Bella. Just party results here. Very interesting, Leo, if you wanted to pick up on it when we get the graphics up. But Liberals have seen a huge swing in their favour, about 13%, if you wanted to talk about that, Leo.
Yeah, that is, I would say that kind of lines up with what I was predicting, right, that the Liberals will take that Green seat, and it'll be Lib 3, Labor 2, Greens 1. That wouldn't surprise me. Interesting, you look at where the First Nation Party vote is, or First Nations, I don't know, they go off two different names for some reason. Independents for Canberra, look, I wasn't really expecting them to get up, but very clearly, maybe something will change, but this is looking like a very good result for the Liberals in this seat specifically, with 44% in, and definitely you can see those swings against the ALP as well. But in particular, the one to watch is the Greens, and whether they're knocked out by a third Liberal there, because it was 2 Labor, 2 Liberal, 1 Green, just 80 votes got Jonathan Davis in at the last election. He, of course, was replaced by Laura Natel, who's seeking re-election and maybe in a bit of trouble there in Brindabella. Just again, looking through any results, we've got anything for any other seats at the moment?
Sorry, we'll just be adding them.
No, I'll let you add them. Let us know at home what you make of these results, by the way. Fiona Carrick definitely ahead, though, is maybe the most significant story at the moment, and whether she will be the first one, we can say that it'll break, years of this Labor Liberal stronghold in the ACT Parliament. She's definitely ahead there. Maggie, looks like we've got another seat, though, you can go to.
Yep. In Ginninderra, there's also a very interesting result. I think this was one of the, I'd say, most interesting electorates in the ACT. It elected 2 Labor, 2 Liberal, though not by much, and 1 Green last election. And right now, we've definitely got a bit of a splattering of the vote. Labor's definitely in with 2 seats, and the Greens are definitely in with 1. The Liberals have also definitely won 1 seat, but the last seat favouring Liberals, but Independents for Canberra is actually having a somewhat strong showing here. Family First's MP Elizabeth Kickert definitely looks to be out. I don't think they'll be winning that seat, neither will the Belco Party. This could be one to watch. Independents for Canberra have got a somewhat good showing, and this definitely wasn't one of the electorates they were looking at, so they'll be able to get some good preferences from some of the other groups, but whether they'll be able to win the second seat of the Liberals is yet to be seen. What do you think about that, Leo?
Well, I think that I was right to say Family First wasn't going to win anything, because I can't see where else they'd win, and if Kirkett's out, that's it. I think that is Family First chances done, so I'll have my first victory lap of the night. Maybe I'm getting in too early, probably. But look, really, really interesting results there. Looking at where Belco is going, again, just looking at just some of the raw numbers that we're seeing at the moment. And again, whether they can get in, Brindabella was obviously really fascinating. And I'm imagining you're working behind the scenes on getting something from Kurrajong, which is the very interesting race. And we'll get to that in just a sec. Spectacular graphics, by the way, tremendous stuff. No calls yet, obviously. I know it's weird saying no calls with 44% in, but just give us a few minutes, right? We'll make the calls when we need to make the calls. But look, very strong for Fiona Carrick Independent, very strong for the Liberals in Brindabella, very strong, not so strong for Family First with Kirkett, and it looks like they will likely not win a seat at this point, and she will not be re-elected. And Family First, after a couple of weeks of representation for the first time, goes back to absolutely none. Stuart, interested in your thoughts there, specifically just on Kirkett and Family First. What did you make of the results there?
I'm reminded, and you know the name, the Libertarian Party, or then Lib Dem senator who was in office for 2-3 weeks.
Duncan Spender.
Yep. That's the vibe I'm getting here from this Family First performance. Even though I was expecting them to do well, we might have a Spender moment here with Family First, which is good news for the Liberals, especially with the swing against them isn't as big as the swing against Labor. So that I could definitely be proven wrong there, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll all get stuff completely wrong throughout the night. Not the actual results though; they're all correct, at least at time of broadcast. It's weird. The ABC.
Did you want to go to Kurrajong?
Yeah, let's go to Kurrajong. Maggie, please go through that. I'm eagerly looking at that one.
Right. We'll have the results on the screen in a second, but the Greens have had a colossal swing here. Sorry about the mouse cursor, but the Greens have really had a colossal swing of 7% against them in this area. They had got 2 MPs last time, and I'm just going to personally say it. I think that's pretty much impossible at this point. The Liberals have had a small swing away from them, and so has Labor, but the swing against Labor is much smaller than in the other areas. Really, the interesting result here is the result for Independents for Canberra. They've got 13.5% of the vote. Very good, very likely to win a seat here. I think even stronger than Fiona Carrick, that's an amazing result for them. Thomas Emerson, the leader, is likely to get elected there. If he doesn't win a seat, it'll be to the second Liberal candidate there. But I also wanted to point out this is a very interesting electorate. 37% counted. All 4 of the main party leaders are actually in this seat. Andrew Barr in Labor is running here. Shane Rattenbury in the Greens, Elizabeth Lee in the Liberals, and Thomas Emerson in Independents for Canberra. It's a very packed race here, but the Liberals, who barely lost their seat last time to the Greens, even though the Greens are losing a seat, they won't be winning it for themselves. It'll likely be going to Thomas Emerson for the Independents for Canberra group. What do you think about the debut of Independents for Canberra in the Parliament, you think, Leo?
I think Emerson was most likely to win for IFC, and I think he will win there, wherever those results are. Where are those results? They're not on the ABC website. Doesn't matter. Look, I think that, Emerson was always most likely to win of the IFC candidates. Whether he will, slightly miss out because the second Liberal gets in, I'm not sure. Maybe there'll be... Stuart, I'm interested... Elizabeth Lee is obviously the leader at this election in that seat. Could that give her a bump and in turn give a second Liberal a bump to get them up, given there always seems to be a bit of a leadership boost?
Any change in that seat will be radical. Because if any of the leaders could be out, I doubt it. Liberals and Labor will probably retain. Rattenbury might. IFC will probably get in there as well, Emerson. But the question is, you're probably right. If Liberals get in, if the leader retains her seat, then we'll definitely see a second Liberal in a seat, is my best guess, because the progressive vote will be split between IFC, Greens and Labor. That new IFC vote taking a lot of the votes that would have gone towards Labor or the Greens normally, and that could be just enough for the Liberals to get in on a split vote issue, which is definitely going to be good for them. They're going to love having two Liberals in that seat, one backing up their leader there, which gives them a bit more security at the next election if they start off with the 2 in that seat. So the question is, will the IFC split the ballot enough to allow the Liberals to sneak through and get that second seat?
Yeah, that'll be really interesting. Sorry, Maggie, go ahead.
Right. There's a bit of an interesting scenario. I'm not sure what it is, but I just had election results on the ACT election page come up, and now they've disappeared from the page, and a lot of people have been wondering where I've been getting results. They were on the page for Elections ACT, but they've disappeared now, which is
their website's having issues. It's having issues handling the traffic. It's periodically dropping in and out. I don't know. I've already looked into it. It's all good.
I will trust you. We're not making up results. We're not going off. We're not going off the last results from the last election, are we, Stuart? No, we're going with the actual.
Yes. Who's the first gay Premier or Chief Minister?
Yeah. Right. Well, don't look at me like I said that. Anyway, Maggie, I trust your judgment on this. Legitimately, if anyone else goes on the Elections ACT website, you just see loading. It's real results. They've been entered into the Six News, well, what do I want to call it? The Six News supercomputer. They're real. I mean, I don't know where they are now, but they existed, guys. There they are. They just went back up. We're not faking anything.
Oh,
They're
really? Cool.
Back.
I'll just make sure to
Yeah,
check
just having,
those,
it's having difficulty handling traffic.
Yeah, no, I wasn't making those up, but last electorate I was looking at was Yarrabee, if people were interested, and don't have the graphics ready yet because obviously the site's had issues, but the Liberals down 2% there. They were looking to get a third seat to 38%. Labor to 31%, that's also a drop of about 3. Same with the Greens, they've dropped 3% to about 9. Independents for Canberra have also won 9% of a vote in this area. And I don't really have many stats for the other parties, but it looks like Yarrabee might be an interesting race where the Liberals are guaranteed 2, Labor guaranteed 1, and then the last 2 seats are between the Greens, Independents for Canberra, and Labor. If Labor manages to fall down to 1 seat here, that would be really worrying for the government.
Apparently the ABC doesn't even have results yet, so we are beating the ABC. Great stuff. Hey, just something very quickly, just switching out from ACT, from pollbludger.net, who are bringing us some of the New South Wales by-election results, with 3% counted, the Independents at 58% primary, the Liberals at 38%, the Libertarians at 3%, on 2 candidate preferred 62% to the Independent. Very early days there yet, but encouraging for them so far. That's the Pittwater by-election in New South Wales, which we'll get back to in a moment. Thank you to the poll budget for that.
176 votes alone in the ACT, 176. They're definitely going to love any of the performances in these by-elections because it's not going to be a good night for them in the ACT, definitely not. They're performing the worst
the
of
Elections
every party
ACT
independent.
website, when it works, it looks pretty good. It's actually a nice website. Good stuff, Elections ACT. It helps that there's only 5 electorates, but, you know, nevertheless. So those are the early results we have that are legitimate and real. If either of you want to pick up on either of that and the swing so far, I'm just looking at where Fiona Carrick is in Murrumbidgee, and again, you just look at that 12.4%. I mean, that's really strong for her, isn't it, Stuart? I mean, that kind of goes without saying, but that puts her in a very strong position to win a seat now.
Definitely, and that'll definitely be big news. I want to say that part of the reason why the ACT website's handling it so well is because you've said they've only got 5 seats, and they've only got 1 house. If only there was some sort of upcoming video talking about why these territories don't have upper houses and how that makes things easier for counting. Gee, Judge, I wonder, is anyone doing anything like that? Anything coming up?
No, probably not. No, it just keep going with the plugs.
Stay tuned for work from us after the Queensland election. We're talking about the upper houses and what would happen if they actually did exist in the territories in Queensland.
Beautiful. We will watch that. We do love Between Parks Place and Capitol Hill. We also love Sixth Preference, the brand new political show right here on Six News, which we started earlier this week with Maggie Perry, who's done a spectacular job on that, and with these graphics as well. They're really, really good. Keep the wages coming in, guys. Patreon.com/SIXNewsAU. ABC website still has nothing, by the way, so if you want results, stay here. Don't switch to the ABC. They're right here on Six News, and we are bringing you the very first results. We can now claim those very first results. Maggie, you do have some results out of Pittwater, though, I'm hearing. We talked about them just before.
Yes.
Can you just talk us through that?
Yeah, I've just got the results. Maybe having the graphics up for them would better contextualize what sort of result we're getting. But yeah, Jackie Scribby, she's got 59% of the primary vote. She's doing very well against the Liberals, so they've only got 38%, and the Libertarian Doug Rennie, who we just had on only 3%. That's a huge primary vote swing to Jackie Scribby, but this was expected. Labor and the Greens aren't running, so a lot of those primary votes from them are going to be going to Jackie Scribby. But even then, 2 candidate preferred, it's up 10% for them. I did want to know if if we could just go to the polling booths for Pittwater, a lot of the, polling places were quite in favour of Jackie Scrooby. Not many of them were favouring the Liberals, and the Liberals really did well on, I think, early voting and postals and that type of, declaration votes, that sort of thing. And that's where they were able to win. But on the day, Jackie Scrooby was able to win the vote. And obviously these are on the day votes. I'm not sure where they're from, but be very careful in thinking that Jackie Scrooby has won here, because we can't be entirely sure. Of course, it's only 3% counted. So early results, early days, be very careful of thinking that Jackie Scrooby is definitely winning the seat, even though she's got an advantage.
Yeah, definitely. And it's annoying because we're getting like 50% of the vote in the ACT and 3% in Pittwater. So, one of these might drag on longer than the other. ABC website just got some of the results. And from their figures, which are just calculated from the main figures at the moment, is that, I almost said statewide, territory-wide, the Liberals are ahead on 35.7, Labor 34.2, the Greens at 11.1, Independents for Canberra at 8.2. Now, of course, I'm sure maybe there'll be one stupid comment out there or another, but just because the Liberals lead on a territory-wide primary vote does not mean somehow they are automatically going to form government, or they necessarily deserve to, because hum-bum preferences or whatever stuff we see. Of course, that is just a territory-wide thing at the moment. So yeah, we'll keep following that. Let us know any other thoughts you have on these results as well. We'll be in a break in a minute or two. But just at the moment, I'm looking at these and I'm thinking that, it seems like definitely a couple crossbenchers, excluding the Greens, obviously, could get up here. And I would put in a, almost likely column here is Thomas Emerson and Fiona Carrick. Emerson, the IFC leader, Fiona Carrick, the Fiona Carrick Independent Party leader. But still early day. Well, I know it's force of habit. I say early days, but it's really not, is it? So yeah, Stuart, just quickly in about 20 seconds or so, give us your thoughts on the ACT election so far in terms of who it's favouring.
Good for the IFC, Liberals. Good for the Liberals. Greens. Family First bad. Labor, it's too early to tell.
Family First bad, definitely, yeah. I don't think they're getting re-elected. Never did think that. Look, we will head to a break in just a moment, but coming up, we're going to get more results from our lovely supercomputer that we've got for you, and we are going to get a lot of those details in. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you think is going to win, and we will bring you all those details right throughout the evening. You are watching 6 News Live as the ACT decides by 3 New South Wales state by-elections. We'll be back in just a minute.
You're watching the ACT Decides Election 2024.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Thanks for having me on your wonderful program.
Of online news site 6 News.
And it's really good. 6 News.
6 News.
One Labor source has told 6 News that the party has no chance of winning, while another believes the party is either way.
Stephen Miles, he was walking just down the road here.
Long-time viewer, first time on the show. You can call me anytime.
Of all the stations and the clamouring journalists in Australia, she did the first interview with this kid.
Great story also of how our democracy is being run by high school students.
think the question everyone wants to know at this point is, will you quit the Labor Party?
Look, when I was crossing the floor, I crossed it knowing that there was going to be the potential expulsion as a consequence.
Live on 6 News, this is the ACT Decides Election 2024.
And you are back with us live as we continue our coverage of the ACT general election. A lot of results have come in, and they've come in very, very fast. About 45% of the vote in already. Look, there's a lot to talk about here. Maggie Perry, our election reporter, is with us, and Stuart Jeffrey, well, he'll be back in just a second. Maggie, your immediate thoughts. There he is. Maggie, your immediate thoughts again. I asked Stuart about this on the other side of the break, but what are you making of how this is trending for Labor and the Greens specifically?
Well, look, Labor's got about a 3.5% swing away from them, and the Greens have got about 2.5%. This isn't so dangerous for Labor, but it's catastrophic for the Greens. 2.5% is enough for them to lose most of their seats. I mean, it's really worrying. Independents for Canberra, across the territory, have got about 8% of the vote, but it's about consistent 7% in Brindabella, 7% in Ginninderra, 9% in Yarrabee, and then 14% in Kurrajong and 5% in Murrumbidgee, which is where Fiona Carrick is running. She's got a very good chance in that electorate too. But I think this is really worrying for the government. A 6% swing combined away from the two parties, and the Greens could lose a lot of their seats to Independents for Canberra or even the Liberals in Brindabella, who are looking very strong.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, I struggled to see necessarily, you know, where the Greens are going to retain Brindabella from here. I think you can almost call that as a 3 Lib 2 Labor, seat. Kurrajong, Thomas Emerson definitely has a good chance. We don't have the individual candidates at the moment, but I would guess that Shane Rattenbury, the incumbent Greens leader, is a lot more safe of the two Greens incumbents there. I'll get up the results when I can. But look, definitely it already looks like there's some calls being made by others. We won't make them yet. I'll let Maggie make those calls, seat-wise. But clearly, you know, the Greens are in a rocky position at the moment, aren't they, Stuart? Nothing, it's over territory. I mean, we think we all said there'd be swings away from them. It's not looking the best.
I mean, the bad news for them is that the swing against them is worse than the swing against the Liberals. Actually, I am definitely correct. There's a swing towards the Liberals, 1.9%. The biggest swings are against the Greens and against Labor, also against ungrouped, but that's because there aren't many ungrouped candidates. They are working groups, whether that be strong candidates or Fiona Carrick's independents or independents for Canberra. So there are a lot less ungrouped candidates. The big thing for me is the turnout, which is we covering the New South Wales local government elections. There was a horrible turnout. For that, we had 60-70% in most seats, and there's definitely not seeing that way here because we don't have the final figures. There aren't many informal votes, which makes sense. Most people who live in Canberra are pretty turned on the politics, considering it's the home of the public service for the Australian government. So it's definitely not surprising that it is, after all, it was created as a base for the government in the first place back in 1908. They planned it and they started treating Canberra, or the ACT, in 1911, if memory serves me correctly. So definitely good news here for the Liberals. Almost a 2% gain. Swings against Labor, swings against the Greens, swings towards the Independents, of course, because it's it's their first time, so those figures there are kind of out of it. Family First is currently polling below Fiona Carrick, so it's definitely bad news for them. It appears that Maggie and I are probably wrong there with our figures for the Family First.
Oh, well. One thing I will say is that... actually, I forgot. I forgot what I was going to say. One thing I was going to say is, look, even if the Liberals lead on, like, the overall primary vote in the ACT, I don't think anyone should read, like, anything into that at all, because they have before, and Labor's formed government before, because that is just the reality of often minority governments, the reality of Hare Clark, the reality of a proportional system. The Liberals can lead. That really will not necessarily help them unless they get some friendly crossbenchers in, which is, a big maybe at this point.
That was Family First.
Goodbye Family First. We don't think they're going to win a seat, and Elizabeth Kirkett, she will lose her seat, is what we're saying is very likely at this point. I'll wait for Maggie to make a formal call on that, but she's not getting back in, Kirkett. So Family First, after a couple of weeks, they lose their representation again, and I know they'll claim that, they're the old Family First. They're not. They're separate parties. They're distinct separate parties.
You're thinking of Palmer, not Family First.
Yeah, well, Palmer's his own thing. But yeah. By the way, just look on the very very early results. Not a surprise to anyone. Epping and Hornsby will probably just retain with the Libs. Independents ahead on the very early results in Pittwater, though. I can't see the Independent lasting at 58% of the primary. Jackie Scrooby there. But encouraging signs. Liberals will likely hold Epping and Hornsby, though. We will wait for Maggie to make those formal calls, though. And look, so far, it seems like the only seat where we can... There's the Pittwater results, by the way. Actually, I'll read them out for you while we still got them up. The Liberals at a 42% primary. The Independent up almost 20, and the Libertarians at 3. That's a 57.8 to 42.2 two-party preferred. Noting, of course, it is optional preferential. The Libertarian voters do not have to preference.
Hang on, are we seeing, looking at those figures, are we seeing that the Libertarian Party preferences are going towards the Independent, not the Liberals?
See, I thought that. I'm just guessing it's exhaustion, and I'm also noting it's 7% counted. I don't want to read much into it.
I think
it could very well be exhaustion.
There might have been a problem on the ABC's side, because the Liberal to Canada preferred is lower than the primary vote there, which is really strange.
Oh, yeah, that would be it. Yeah. Okay. Blame the ABC. Right. We'll always just blame the ABC.
And I'm just preparing projections, so we'll be there very soon.
We'll be with Maggie in a moment. Don't worry about that. We'll get those predictions for you. I would say, Stuart, not as in a formal call. We'll let Maggie make those at the moment. But I would say that you would think Greens... Look, we all know the Greens are going to have at least one, right? They're going to hold Kurrajong unless something extraordinary happens. They'll hold one in Kurrajong. And it seems Labor and the Liberals are both pretty even at the moment in terms of their seat count territory-wide.
Yes, and that's bad news to the Liberals because it means Labor can form government. As we said before, no one's going to work with the Liberals. It doesn't matter how well they perform. They probably won't get anywhere, so good news for the Liberals. At a technical level, they're winning plenty of seats, which is good for them. But at a strategic level, still status quo because nothing ever changes.
Nothing ever changes. Nothing ever happens. Really, the only way the Liberals can win is really if they get a majority, always unlikely in Hare Clark, or by some miracle they're like 1 or 2 off when they've got some friendly crossbenchers. Or the Greens, decide to support the Liberals. They won't. I know Tasmania 90, whatever it was, they won't. But it's really nice, isn't it,
Right,
Stuart? Sitting here with 40% of the result in after just an hour. I love it. Maggie, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, Maggie,
I think
go
we've
ahead.
got projected a lot of the seats. If we could just go to the, so right now, Greens have definitely won 2 seats, one in Kurrajong, one in Ginninderra. Labor's won 9 at the moment. The Liberals have won 8 at the very least, and Fiona Carrick has also been elected in Murrumbidgee. That's the first independent ACT seen since 2004 to be elected into Parliament. I think that's very shocking. If we went to the likely page, we've got a few more seats that I think are likely to be changed. Yarrabee would add another Labor, and in Brindabella, the Liberals are likely to win 3, and in Kurrajong, Independents for Canberra are likely to win a seat there with Thomas Emerson. That would put the Liberals on 9, Labor on 10, the Greens on 2, and then Independents 2 with 2 unknown. But that's just the likely results. That's not exactly guaranteed. I think this is a very worrying result for the Greens. At this point, they could win, I'd say, up to 4 seats, which would be an okay result with the Independents for Canberra debuting. But if they won any lower than that, it would be very worrying for them. Currently, they're not likely. They're leading for a seat in Yarrabee, and I believe the Liberals are leading for another seat in Ginninderra, which would mean 10 for the Liberals, 10 for Labor, 3 for Greens, and 2 for Independents.
And Emma Davidson, I've met her before, by the way, in person. Nice person. She's notably a minister. She's a Greens minister. I will check her portfolios. She's been in disability before, mental health, justice, corrections, I think. She's been in a lot of roles. And it looks like she's going to lose her seat to Fiona Carrick, independent candidate Fiona Carrick. Big for Fiona Carrick. I should have stayed with a tip for her. Damn it. Nevertheless, that is pretty significant. And Stuart, that is the first time we can confirm, and a pretty historic moment, as Maggie said, right? A non-Labor Liberal candidate, non-Labor Liberal Greens, elected to the ACT Parliament.
Can we call this the David Pocock effect? He was
maybe, but I mean, he was more aligned with independents for Canberra, I'd say.
No. My point is that territories have always had 2 senators since federalism plug here since 1975-ish, which was the High Court case, 1973 for legislation, which came into effect in 1974. But putting that aside, it's always been 2 senators. That's always been 1 Liberal, 1 Labor, or 1 Labor, 1 Country Liberal, depending on how you want to split it. And David Pocock breaking into that Labor-Liberal dichotomy is now being reflected here. We've got independents going into the lower house, whether they're obviously, as you said, they're not really aligned in the same way, but it is this ability for independents to suddenly surge through in Canberra. We've seen plenty of minor parties in the Northern Territory. Territory Alliance keeps splintering apart. I think the UAP was up there briefly. At Canberra, it's always been Labor, Liberal, Greens, and it looks like the independents, following the lead of David Pocock, are finally able to make some headway.
Yeah, definitely really significant there. And again, for the Greens, you would say that's a big loss, losing one of their 3 ministers. And look, if they get 4 seats, they might at best get 2 ministers, right? So they've already lost one. Emma Davidson, again, I thank you for letting me into your office that one time a couple years ago while I was on holidays. That was, really nice. Appreciated that. We've got some... I'll just say, for those at home following the projections we want to put on screen for you, 8 Liberals, 9 Labor, 2 Greens, and 1 other. That other is Fiona Carrick Independent. So that's 8 Liberals, 9 Labor, 2 Greens, 1 other. You'll see that at the bottom of your screen now. And just quickly moving back to Pittwater, because that's an interesting race. Maggie, I believe you have some updated figures that aren't so glitchy at the moment.
Yep. Right now, with 13% counted, I think we can call the seat for Jackie Scrooby, Community Independent. She's won 58% of the 2 candidate preferred. The Liberals are on 42%. That's an independent gain from the Liberals, and I'm sure Labor will be very happy about that because that's another person they can rely on in Parliament. They actually don't have a majority. They only have a minority government supported by some independents. I think this was an expected result, but definitely really disappointing for the Liberals. They were definitely trying to win here, but Jackie Scrooby is just completely thrown the electorate on its head. She's done very well. I think that's a very good sign for community independence in the future, and also goes to show how optional preferential voting at a state level has really snubbed these teal independents.
Well, that is a big call early on with 13% of the vote counted. I'll repeat that again. Pittwater goes to an independent. Jackie Scrooby defeating the Liberal there. Of course, that was caused by the resignation of Rory Amon from Parliament, who resigned on child sex charges. Big call. I don't believe the ABC's made that call yet, but Maggie Perry has made that call, and we are going with that call. So that is the first one of the night. And what do we even really need to say? The Liberals will hold Hornsby and the Liberals will hold Epping. That's no surprise. Not a formal call officially, but I mean, Maggie, I don't think you disagree with that, right? It's almost certain. Yeah. It was always going to happen.
How about we go to Brindabella and just look at some of the election results, really analyse them, see what's going on here.
Yeah, let's go to Brindabella, and I'll just set the scene there for everyone at home, right? And that is the one where Jonathan Davis, Greens MLA, he got in with like 80 votes ahead at the last election, just got in. He resigned on misconduct allegations just about a year ago, replaced by Lauren Attell, the ACT's first ever Gen Z MLA, who, again, I met earlier this year, and that was always going to be tough for them. And we had earlier that the Liberals are ahead. What are we seeing now with just a couple more results in?
Right, well, we haven't seen any of the results change. If we could just go to the results page. But what's interesting is that the Liberals have gotten 46% of the vote here. That's up 8% from the last election, I believe. I remember it being more than that. Let me just double check that. But that's a huge result. Yeah, that's the swing. They're very likely to win a third seat here. I think the Greens are completely, not completely done for, but they're very unlikely to win here. Labor's also lost about the result they expected. Last election they had this sort of rally around the flag effect, where a lot of the bushfires that were going on in this electorate really pushed a lot of people to vote with the government and continue the status quo. Now that has completely reversed, and rather not at the expense of Labor, but more so at the expense of the Greens. Independents for Canberra are also polling 7% here, but both them and the Greens are unlikely to win a seat. I won't call the third Liberal seat just yet, but that'd be pretty astounding for them if they manage to win that seat. How about we go to Ginninderra and look over some of the results there as well, because it's an interesting electorate.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're only getting some of these results in, but from what it seems like, Labor has had some good results at the moment. Kirkett, of course, is the wild card as a family first MLA, but what do we have now?
Yeah, going back to these results, the Liberals have seen a very small swing towards them of about 1%. Labor's seen a swing away from them of about 3%. The Greens have actually seen a swing towards them, which is really interesting. I think there's definitely some disparity between all the electorates, but in Ginninderra they've gotten a swing in their favour. I've called that seat for them. Family First isn't doing very well at all, but I do wonder if potentially the Liberals could lose their second seat, which they already lost to a defection to the Independents for Canberra group, who I don't think really thought they would win in this seat. It was more so in Yarrabee, in Kurrajong, in Brindabella, where they thought they would be able to pick up a seat. But yeah, we'll have to really watch out for this. 40% counter, that's definitely not all the votes. There will be some changes. If Independents for Canberra can narrow the result by like 1 or 2% between them and the Liberals, they could definitely pick up the seat. Let's go to another electorate. How about Yarrabee?
Yeah, let's go to Yarrabee. Again, another really interesting seat. You know, the Liberals seem to have been ahead there from the earlier counting. It's another seat, obviously, where you've got that 2 Liberal, 2 Labor, 1 Greens kind of status quo. What have we seen there?
Right, so currently we've got definitely Labor's won 1 seat here. Liberals have definitely won 2. The Greens and I4C and the second Labor candidate are all in the running for those last 2 seats. Labor's definitely got an advantage, but we actually don't really know in this area, especially because hair clock is a bit complicated. But yeah, David Pollard, he was a candidate last election. He got 3% of the vote or so for his own grouping. Now he's running for Independents for Canberra and he's polling fairly well. He definitely could take this seat from the Greens, but once again, we don't know for sure. I'm sure the Greens would be very happy keeping this seat, but we, once again, can't be very sure. They've also got a swing towards them of 1%, which just goes to show that even with a huge swing away from them in neighbouring Kurrajong, that maybe the territory is not so united in how their results are as you might expect. What do you think about the success of Independents for Canberra so far, Leo?
I mean, it's largely in the areas I was expecting, right? Emerson was always expecting that. I'm still doubtful they'll get in anywhere else. I could be totally wrong, but I am still doubtful they'll get in anywhere else. So, look, it will be interesting. Pollard, of course, has some name to him. You're right. Obviously, he did contest the last election. He had his own party. David Pollard, independent. Whether he gets back in or not, I don't. Oh, sorry. Whether he gets in or not, I'm not sure yet. So we'll watch for that. Again, just looking at some of these other results. Clearly, the Greens are, you can say, struggling here. I know it's only a 2.4% swing away from them territory-wide, but you look at seat by seat. It seems like they could be down to 3, and for them, they would hope that it doesn't get any worse than that. But Stuart, very clearly bad for the Greens at the moment, right? I mean, I think probably I'm leaning towards them losing 3.
Yeah, we know they'll retain 2. We know that much, including Rattenbury's seat. The third seat, probably, but yeah, definitely not a bad show for them. So not a good show for them. You know what I mean. IFC doing pretty well. as Maggie pointed out for that last seat, you had a swing towards the Greens of 1%, and sure, that's all well and good, but if you've got a swing towards IFC of 4% from Labor, then a swing towards the Green doesn't mean anything unless there's no other swings to compete with that, and unfortunately it looks like that's not going to be the case for the Greens, so there are swings towards other parties that outpace any swings towards them.
Yeah, and look, I mean, potentially, I mean, I know some people will say catastrophic. Maybe it is, right? Maybe it is. You have to remember, right? Small amount of people, small amount of votes, small amount of seats anyway. But very clearly not that good. Not that good at all. And, you know, questions will start to be asked of the Greens from here. Whether the coalition is the right model for them, not necessarily for Labor, for them. Whether Rattenbury continues, he's been leader for a while, you know, there will be those questions raised. I just note, by the way, on the bottom of your screen, I think it should be IFC 0 other 1 at the moment, instead of that way around. IFC could very well win one, but we have called Fiona Carrick, independent candidate Fiona Carrick, as that other one. There we go. We will see for that. You know, not exactly terrible for Labor at the moment. Just got a comment, I want to read this on screen, from an ACT Labor strategist, and they tell us that, quote, for a 23-year-old government, this is a solid result, not quite what we'd hoped for, but it looks like we're back in. We need to, however, ask questions about what's happening in Yerrabee. That result is appalling. And if Maggie or at home, we can just bring up the Yerrabee result, just for some context about what's happening with Labor there. Because it's looking like there is a swing away from them there. The Greens are holding pretty steady. The Liberals have had a slight swing away, but clearly not too good for them. So questions being asked there, but again, the main message from that ACT Labor strategist, and I'm sure people at home will be like, oh, name them. No, no, won't have any sources if we name them. Anyway, the main comment there, looks like we're back in. That is the message we're getting from people within Labor at the moment, and I would lean to agreeing with that. In a moment, we'll get back to Brenda Bella, but Stuart, just on that comment there, an ACT Labor strategist saying, looks like we're back in. Would you agree?
Oh, yeah, it depends on if they're back in. The question is, how did they get the numbers? Of course, they're getting back in. The question is, which way did the other dominoes fall? Did they get in on the Greens? Did they get in on the Independents? Did they get in on IFC alone? That's the question. Is how do they get back in? And again, they when I say get back in, I mean who gets elected the chief minister. Again, there's no conventions like there was at a federal level or at a state level. You know, it doesn't matter if they can get the 13. All they need is a 13 to get their leader elected, and they'll easily get that. The Greens will back it, and so will the Independents. So, how does Labor move forward? Well, they still don't have a majority government, so they're still going to have to work with crossbenchers on an ad hoc basis. The Greens won't get enough to form government in a coalition with them, so that means that Labor's going to be forced to make deals with IFC and the Independents on an issue basis in Parliament, which is less long term, so it's definitely bad for them. The Greens doing poorly will definitely be good for them in one way and bad for them in the other way. But as I said at the start, the benefit here for the Greens is that they get to distance themselves from Labor and potentially get a fresh start, because they're kind of like a factory reset here, you know, and try and get a better run at it in 4 years' time, which is definitely the way that I'd see them playing it out.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, I don't know about formal coalition for the Greens' own sake, but I mean, Labor can still get 10 from here. Greens can definitely still get 3 from here. You need 13. I think it's nothing ever happens the election, right? I think it's...
Oh, Independents getting in is big.
Right, no, that's important, but in terms of forming government... In terms of forming government...
Power other way around.
Yeah, in terms of forming government, though, I think Labor and the Greens can get the numbers together. I don't think it'll be a formal coalition, though, after tonight, and not with the way the Greens have been going. I think this coalition might have harmed them.
Agreed. I believe we have fresh Brindabella figures.
Yeah, looks like we're just bringing them up at the moment. That again is the race where it looks like the Greens are losing there, and possibly 3 Liberals. Maggie, what do you have?
Right, in Brindabella we've gotten an extra 3% counted. Obviously you might not notice much of a change when you look at the results, but with an extra 3% counted, the Greens have gone up 0.3, the Liberals have gone down about 0.5%. If this trend were to continue, I think the Greens might just be able to snag a seat in Brindabella, but that's still a very outside chance. The Liberals are likely to get 3 in this area. And we've also got new results in Kurrajong, where, once again, with more votes counted, the Greens have gone slightly up, the Liberals have gone slightly down. Maybe this night won't be so bad for the Greens if, these swings were to be nullified, but I foresee Independence for Canberra still very likely to win that last seat there. I don't think the Greens with Rebecca Bassarotti will be able to recover enough to somehow overtake I4C. They'd have to get to 25% of the vote when they've only got 16% and half of the vote has already been counted. So I see that as very unlikely. Maybe even if the Liberals got a second seat, but they've been going down as the count continues. So, yeah, I think Thomas Emerson is very likely here.
I would agree with Emerson, likely, and he was likely probably all night. At this rate, making it all about me, I think apart from that 1 extra for Fiona Carrick and 1 less for the Greens, it looks like it's going to be 10-10-3-1-1. I think that, so from what it stands right now, and keep that graphic, obviously, that's how I started, but I reckon +1 for Fiona Carrick independents, -1 for the Greens, and that's about it. We've got, if we can bring the total numbers back on screen, we already have, 9 for Labor, 8 for the Liberals, right? And nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happens. This is nothing ever happens, the election. What more can you say? It's really just, again, no disrespect to the good people of Canberra. It's my second favourite city, but this is just boring, right? This will be another 4 years of Labor, and I struggle to see where the Liberals can come in here unless the Greens have further catastrophic results and they don't make the numbers and the crossbenchers make something interesting. The big story here is Fiona Carrick and will probably be Thomas Emerson at the moment. But Maggie, if you're in Labor, I'd agree with what the strategist said. I wouldn't be too unhappy for a 23-year-old government.
Yeah, I think this is a good result for them. They won't be able to go up in seats. They don't have anywhere they can go up, but it's also very unlikely that they go down. At very worst for Labor at this point, they'll go down 1 seat, and that's in Yarrabee, where they're very likely to win a second seat. So, honestly, I think this is a very good night for Labor, even if they've stayed about it stagnant and maybe lost a bit of a vote, but this is a 23-year-old government and obviously not going to change soon. What I did find interesting was that it's very likely Labor and Greens will once again have a majority. This was questioned in recent times. Maybe Independence for Canberra could possibly, destabilise the coalition so much that they can't even get a majority of the seats in Parliament. But that looks very unlikely. They guaranteed at least 12. One of the toss-up contests is between Labor and the Greens. So the government's won at least 12 seats and they're very likely to get to 13, which is the majority number. I think this is a very good night for Labor. Very bad night for the Greens, but yeah, what do you think about Stuart? Sorry, you're muted.
You can the IFC here like a big block, I guess. But how would the IFC kind of move here? Because obviously, if you're saying the Greens go with Labor, how does the IFC move? Do they have the freedom of sort of Teals in the lower house federally? Although, of course, the Teals don't necessarily have that much power because Labor has a slight majority. How does the independents then wield their power? Because if, as Leo says, nothing ever changes and you still have a Greens Labor government, how do the independents then fit into things?
Right, I think they're very likely to end up, honestly, in opposition. They'd have to have a very good night. They'd have to have this miraculous turnaround at the end of the count for them to have a chance of maybe forcing the Greens out of government. But it's very unlikely that Labor and the Greens don't get a majority, and it's honestly even more unlikely that Labor and IFC get a majority of the seats. I think they'll probably stay on the crossbench, and if Labor and the Greens only get 12 seats combined, we'll probably just end up with Fiona Carrick supporting the government in return for maybe some support for the electorate of Murrumbidgee.
Would she get a ministerial role? Because considering that the Greens wouldn't have the majority with Labor, they'd have to make some sort of big concession to Carrick to work with them. How would they kind of secure that support? Because again, we're treating it like it would be for another election or any other state or territory. But again, they don't need that supply. So I don't see Fiona Carrick needing to work with Labor. Labor would have to make a lot more concessions to try and get her on side. And the question is, are there any other seats where we could see Carrick's team getting anything? Will they win a second seat, or is it all going to be IFC?
No, they're not running in... Fiona Carrick's group isn't running in any other electorate other than Murrumbidgee. And they definitely can't win 2 in Murrumbidgee. That would be a very funny result, but it's not going to happen. As for a ministerial position, that's very interesting. I think if she were to get a ministerial position, it would be if the Greens continued the coalition with Labor, which I find to be unlikely. I think maybe the Greens might realise, look, the coalition's not done us any good electorally, and we might be a bit more successful if, instead of being in government, we just, gave supply to the government, which isn't exactly very unheard of in the ACT or in other states. If they did form a coalition with Labor, even then I don't think Fiona Carrick would try and join the government and get a ministerial position. If she did get a ministerial position, that would be very interesting, though. I think that would be the first time we've seen some sort of community independent winning or becoming a minister in any state or territory.
I'm sure there'd be some. I think that happened in Queensland once, but yeah, generally I'd be inclined to agree with you on that. The question then for the Liberals is, who do they get? They've got no one to work with. Carrick won't go with them. IFC won't go with them. The Greens won't go with them. Labor won't go with them. Do we have an eternal opposition for Liberals? If Labor is the internal government, are Liberals the eternal opposition, or could we see IFC kind of take that role over? Again, assuming that the candidates all operate as one big group, which is not certain.
I think, the Liberals could, honestly at this point, I think it's still somewhat possible, even if very unlikely, that they end up winning 10 seats and getting the support of 3 or more independents. If they were to do that, I guess they could form government, but it's a very unlikely position. I won't say that the Labor government has exactly been returned just yet, but it's all but certain, it's all but projected by us. I think I4C has been pretty adamant that they could support either government. Same with Carrick. Maybe they might interpret the swings away from Labor and the Greens as, Canberrans saying we need change, we want a different government, we want even a Liberal government. If that were to happen, it would be a very surprising result. And, imagine if Canberra went to the Liberals and Queensland went to Labor. It would almost be like a reverse of fortune.
Well, didn't Stephen Miles say that he'd rather a Liberal minority than a Labor minority government? So, I mean, are they all Labor seats federally for Canberra? Or is it two Labor, one Liberal?
No, it's three Labor. I don't think the Liberals ever won a House seat for Canberra federally.
I know that the Greens were trying to angle for one at the election. I guess this probably means that these seats all stay Labor, because if this is the case, so the Greens not going to get in. I doubt we'll see an independent do that well at a federal level, so that means that the Greens still can't take that seat, because they would love to have one of the three Canberra seats under their belt, because that would kind of give them a much more... If they can take a Canberra seat, they can retain a Canberra seat much more than they can a seat in, say, Brisbane, which they'll be testing in a week's time. Seeing how well they go in Brisbane. But the way that I'm looking at things right now, Labor, nothing ever changes. That the Liberals can't go anywhere. Do the Liberals? How do they modernise the Liberal Party to try and win votes?
Right. I think, honestly, if I was a Liberal strategist, I think my strategy would be to just hone in on needing a change of government. I'm sure there's things people are dissatisfied with the current government with, and currently that hasn't really benefited the Liberals or not benefited them this election. It's rather just, maybe they'll pick up a seat in Brindabella, but that's about it. Really, about the federal results for the Greens, if we could pull up the Ginninderra territory results in 2020, that would be really nice. Really, federal results for Canberra are much different to territorial results. The Liberals always do way worse than federally in Canberra than they do at a territorial level. Here in Ginninderra, the Greens won 12.5% at the territory election, but if we overlay federal results onto Ginninderra, we actually end up with a result of about 19% for the Greens. Federally, the Greens simply overperform the territory level by a huge margin. However, if they have ended up with about a 7% swing away from them in Corrigal, that would be disastrous for their campaign in the seat of Canberra, which is the seat they're targeting at the next election.
I'm just going to jump back in here and say that looking at some of these results, right, I would say, just repeating what I had before, right, the rough estimate I think we can go with almost, not an official call yet, the official call's at the bottom of your screen, but the rough estimate I'd be going with is 10-10-3-1-1. And Fiona Carrick, we've called it for her. I think Thomas Emerson, Maggie, you've said is likely. And there you go. That is what we're hearing from an ACT Labor strategist. Looks like we're back in. Comments. So they're all happy for a 23-year-old government. Again, I think it is fair to be pretty happy with this result. You have to remember, right? Think about this. Labor, I don't... If it is a minority, who gets to negotiate first. But I would say, you look at 9 Labor, 2 Greens there, right? There you've got 11 already. No one, right? It's the
because under constitutional convention you've got to get a majority to pass spending bills. That's not an issue here. That gives Labor less bargaining power. In one aspect, and it gives the minor parties more bargaining power. So
do you think
we all know that Barr will get voted for no matter which power, which doesn't matter whether the Greens get more votes, more seats in the independents, whatever that happens there, no one but the Liberals will vote for Barr. It won't vote for Barr. The Liberals will vote against Barr. Everyone else will vote for Barr. So Barr gets in no matter what. The question then is, how do they fight over the scraps afterwards? What were you going to ask?
I was just going to say, do you think Labor, in terms of having a simple thing, would they be preferring a coalition with the Greens again? Would they be preferring supply but just the Greens, to avoid complicating things with independents? Well, what do you think would be their preferred option at this point?
Again, supply is not an issue. Chances are that spending bills will get passed by the independents, by Greens and by Labor. They will tend to agree on that. There'll be a bit of squabbling, but I don't think we're going to see the same kind of Liberal Greens thing we're seeing federally. Supply isn't an issue here. Supply, it's everything else, but the independents, the Greens and Labor will all pass spending bills. They tend to agree on that a lot more than Liberals would, with very different economic policies, presuming that the Labor is more Labor left, which probably would have to be dominant Labor left to try and compete with the Greens and the independents. The supply not really being an issue here is, I guess, good for the minor parties, because again, it is an ad hoc issue. So Labor's grip isn't really a grip in the same way that it would be anywhere else, because again, unless they get a solid coalition like they have right now with the Greens, there's nothing.
Nothing ever happens.
It'll be ad hoc. Everything will be ad hoc, and ad hoc is not good for running a government. They're going to want to get the Greens on side, and they're going to want the Greens to get at least three.
I don't think the Greens...
Labour wants 3, and they want the Greens to get 3.
And I don't think the Greens are opposed at all to obviously propping up the Labor government, right? The question for them is whether they continue in a coalition. I would argue this coalition's hurt them electorally, and if not,
yes,
I just don't... Like, well, something's gone wrong for the Greens that hasn't gone wrong for Labor. You have to remember that. We can talk about them somewhat equally in government, right? Labor is on track, I would say, to have no changes to their total seats. At worst, they're -1, right? The Greens could be losing half their seats here. Something has gone very wrong for them.
Do they sack Rattenbury?
Well, do they sack him? Does he step down? Does Stuart? Nothing ever happened, right? Clearly he's been effective in holding them together for the past few years, in the sense that, he got them up to 6 seats. 6 seats, amazing for the ACT Greens. But they've got to ask some real questions now. It's now who's left for leader, mind you.
That now.
Yeah, well, it's who's left for leader, mind you. I would have thought Emma Davidson might get leader, to be totally honest. Maybe ACT Greens people know more than me. I thought maybe she'd be a chance at leader eventually. Obviously, she will not be if she's lost her seat.
Who are the Greens MPs that you've called for? Maggie, you'll know which Greens MPs you've called for, surely. And we can try and guess from there.
I think it was just Shane Rattenbury and Joe Clay. I think she's Ginninderra. And Ben Bev likely got Andrew Braddock in Yarrabee.
Right, so we're talking about a potential half split there. Joe Clay, she is not a minister, mind you. She's just a spokesperson for them. Green spokesperson, just a generic Greens MLA. Not trying to be mean, just, she's not in the cabinet is my point. Whether she gets leadership or not, I really don't know. I would somewhat more suspect that they could be left with only Rattenbury at this point. Maybe they do a collective leadership thing. I don't know the specific bylaws in the ACT Greens or whatever they do with leadership. Sorry. But whether that happens. Stuart, just back to you. Again, for independents for Canberra, I'm sure obviously they're going to celebrate if they get one in. Let's assume Emerson gets in. But 1 of 25. You can look at the total vote count and say, well, that's good for them. But look at the seats, they might only get 1. Should they be happy if they just get one? Or should they be overconfident in terms of, because one seat, I mean, it helps to break the mould, but also it's only one seat.
Well, I think the big question here is, are they a party or are they an alliance? That's your big question, is are they going to split individually? Are they going to form a bloc, or are they going to become an actual party? That's your question. That's the $1 million question. We're not going to know how they work it out until we see how they split. Emerson would he'd be doing great on his own. He'd be fine to disband the party if it means he gets in. The question is, do the other independents who don't get in, do they then abandon the party as well, or do they stick together as a party? Emerson, if they stick together as a party, Emerson will definitely be the leader. He's the strongest over all of them. Even if they get another 2 seats, Emerson will be the leader if they become a party. The question is, do they want to become a party, or do they want to stay as independents and kind of dissolve the alliance afterwards?
And mind you, of course, if there's only one, it really actually doesn't matter. Maybe hear me out. Fiona Carrick Independent Party merged with Independents for Canberra. Fiona Carrick Independents for Canberra. Hear me out on that. No, in all seriousness. Maggie, just quickly on Carrick, and then I'll get your thoughts on something else. Just quickly on Carrick, because I've had comments that, she did poll well last time, and she obviously didn't get in. Is preferences a risk, or is she getting enough on quota that it's not a problem?
Look, her group is Fiona Carrick Independents. It's gotten, just give me a second to check, 12.3% so far. And she's gotten about 11% of that vote or something. Only like 1% for the rest of the candidates.
Which is no shock.
She has a huge advantage in not having much leakage from other candidates at all. Maybe those votes flow to other parties. She doesn't have that problem. And so Fiona Carrick's in a very stable position, even if she's just got 12%. But yeah, she's in a very good position. She will be elected. We've called that. It's under other. She's not part of Independents for Canberra. She's running her own group, Fiona Carrick Independents. But what I really wanted to go to was the candidate results, actually, which we haven't looked at yet, in Ginninderra. Right, so...
Sorry, go ahead.
A bit of a problem here for Independents for Canberra here in trying to win the Liberal seat, the second Liberal seat, is that their votes pretty splattered between the three candidates. Only 3.8% for the highest vote getter, while the Liberals have 4 candidates. They've got Peter Kane, 10.7%, he'll be elected, and then all the rest of the candidates have about 5 or 6% each. Those, the candidate who is trying to win, having a higher primary vote, is very crucial in hair clerk systems. And if the biggest vote getter in Independents for Canberra only has 3.8% of the vote, then that's really bad for trying to win this seat. That's why, personally, the Liberals are very likely to win a second seat in Ginninderra. Also a problem for the Greens in Ginninderra, even though I've called it for them here, is that Jo Clay, she's got 6%, while the rest of her candidates in Ginninderra have 8%. This is also one of the seats where the Greens have got a swing towards them, as in Yarrabee. We've also got new results in Brindabella, so why don't we go to that?
Let's go to Brindabella, and that's the one where the Greens have been at risk for quite some time, that we said they were already going to lose, and it looked like the party that would replace them was a third Liberal, and then you'd have 2 Labor on. Is that the result we're still seeing, or has there been a bit of a wild card?
Results by group, but yeah, look, the Greens have slightly improved their position, but even then, they're very unlikely to win this in Brindabella. I still haven't called that third Liberal seat for them yet, but they're very well positioned. While Laura Nuttall, she's actually gotten a good personal vote. She's gotten a majority of the Greens votes. She's got 5%, while Mark Pardon, he's the leader, he's got 17% of the vote. Deborah Morris has gotten 11%. She's not even an incumbent. And James Daniel, the third candidate here, has got 7%. He's got almost as many votes as the Greens have got combined, which, once again, has really disadvantaged them. It's also going to be very interesting to see how independents for Canberra preferences will distribute. Maybe if they can even overtake the Greens. I think that's unlikely, but yeah, you have to remember that we're not just going off a primary vote. We have to consider preferences, and we have to consider, exhaustion of votes and all that. Anyways, back to what
yeah, we do have to consider that. Definitely, looking all right at the moment for Labor. For what it's worth, the ABC hasn't made that Joe Clay call we have, which is where it kind of differentiates. They also haven't called it for Fiona Carrick, we have. That's also where we differentiate. But we go off our own calls. We go off the Maggie Perry calls. So we will continue to do that. Look, definitely, I think, I've said it before, I still think Thomas Emerson will get in. We haven't formally projected, but I think he will. For what it's worth, he's also a member of the David Pocock party, so that gets another representation for that, so it's good for him. Other than that, I can't really see any other non-majors getting in at this point. I think Emerson and Carrick, and that'll probably be it. 10-10-3-1-1 remains my tip at this point. Stuart, preference is always interesting. It is a semi-optional preferential system, of course. How do you think that's helping the non-majors here, right? Because I imagine there would be more than a few that do not get full preference distribution, and that will harm them.
Your preferences are going to be, that's probably hit Family First pretty bad. Or at least part of it has. At the same time, they're probably causing some harm to the Greens as well. Labor and Liberals are doing fine. So Liberals, do they even get any preference flows, the Liberals? I don't see them getting many preference flows. Labor definitely benefits from the Greens' preference, and also probably from the preferences of the Independents, who would put Labor over the Liberals. The impressive thing is that the Liberals are doing so well without any preference flow, which is impressive, because, yeah, as I said, no one's going to preference them. So it's not going to be great for the Greens that this is only optional. Good for Labor and the Liberals. I'm impressed that they're doing so well without any preference flow.
Yeah, interesting there. Hey, we're going to go to a break now. Coming up after the break, more coverage of the New South Wales by-elections, which we'll get to. Pittwater called as an independent gain from the Liberals, plus more from this ACT election as we continue to look at some of these results, and seems to be going not too good for the Greens, but a Labor strategist, he tells us, we're back in. You can stay with us now. We've got more coming up right after the break.
You're watching the ACT Decides Election 2024.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Thanks for having me on your wonderful program.
Online news site 6 News.
And it's really good. 6 News. 6 News.
One Labor source has told 6 News that the party has no chance of winning, while another believes the party is either way.
Stephen Miles, he was walking just down the road here.
What if we were live?
Viewer, first time on the show. You can call me anytime.
Of all the stations and the clamouring journalists in Australia, she did the first interview with this kid.
Great story also of how our democracy is being run by high school students.
think the question everyone wants to know at this point is, will you quit the Labor Party?
Look, when I was crossing the floor, I crossed it knowing that there was going to be the potential expulsion as a consequence.
We just got big updates in Canberra, so I'm just going to do that now. What's the big... Let me see if there's anything.
Live on 6 News, this is the ACT Decides Election 2024.
You're back with us live to continue our coverage of the 2024 Australian Capital Territory general election and of course those 3 New South Wales state by-elections as well. It is a massive night for you and we're continuing to get results back in. There's the quote from an ACT Labor strategist. They tell us it looks like we're back in. That is the main message that we're getting tonight. Not too good for the Greens though at the moment. Projected at this point that looks like they will lose 2 seats, could potentially lose a third. That's half of their seats if they lose 3. They started this election with 6, which was their best ever result. So we'll keep focusing on them. And of course, independents for Canberra, their leader Thomas Emerson in Kurrajong, he's looking in a good position to pick up a seat. And the one other we have called is Fiona Carrick, independent candidate Fiona Carrick. She has gained Murrumbidgee from the Greens, and she is the first person we can declare to be a non-Labor Liberal Greens in quite some time in the ACT Parliament, elected as such. There was, of course, one Liberal who's now with Family First, Elizabeth Kirkett. She's lost her seat. So continuing our coverage for you, we've just gotten a few new results that will come in and we'll bring in our amazing election reporter, Maggie Perry, who's done a fantastic job putting together all these graphics for you tonight. Maggie, what do we have?
We were just about to get Ginninderra. I haven't updated that yet. But did we just look at Brindabella?
We did mention Brindabella just before.
That's not where... Okay, I hate to disappoint. I don't think we have any new results yet.
We don't have any new results.
Sorry.
Can you go through what we've got in Ginninderra though at the moment?
Right. So Labor's got 37% of the vote. 2 seats, you need about 33%. This is old data, by the way, just so you know. We've slightly updated it, but Labor's gone down about 0.2% since then. Liberals have gone down about 0.5%, and the Greens have gone up about 0.2%. This is a place where the Greens are actually doing better than in 2020, and you know, territory is very disjointed with results clearly, but if the Greens continue to improve, it could lead to a very interesting scenario where they end up going up in vote share but losing 2 or 3 seats, which would be very unfortunate for them. Yeah, we're just waiting for some more results in places like Yerrabee and Brindabella.
And just also very quickly on the New South Wales by-elections, Pittwater has obviously, we've called that as a gain for independent Jackie Scrubby from the Liberals. Maggie, just quickly, I know we don't have full graphics up and all that. Just from what you've been seeing from these results, can we formally say Hornsby, Epping, both Liberal retains?
Yeah, I haven't been looking at them, but they've got more than 60% counted in Hornsby and more than 40% in Epping. Both definitely Liberal retains about a 15% margin against the Greens. But in Pittwater, 63% counted, still independent. Jackie Scrooby's got 57% against Liberals. 43%, which is, you know, completely, definitely won here. There's no doubt about it. Georgia Bradburn, the Liberal candidate, has not won the seat, so the Liberals will be down from the state election, which was over a year ago, which feels really odd to think about.
Yeah, I don't know. 2023 elections. That was a weird year. What elections did we, Stuart? What elections did we have that year? What, WA periodic, local, New South Wales? Anything else happen? Aston? New Zealand. Oh, The Voice. Yeah, right. That thing. That was a year ago. The other day. Wasn't an election though, so you know I make a good point. I'll say this, Stuart.
Voice live on air.
I'll say this, Stuart. No matter what has happened with all our ACT predictions, we are all spot on with New South Wales by-elections. Not that it was particularly hard guessing game, but yeah, it's no shock. And I mean, for Jackie Scrooby, I saw a fan of Six News commented this on Twitter. You couldn't have asked for better circumstances, or she couldn't have asked for better circumstances for this, with what happened with Rory Amon, and I guess the timing around it. And also, of course, she had less than 1% two-party preferred margin anyway.
Yeah, that's definitely very true, and I think she's not the only one going through this tonight, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. And whether it's further independent games or technically they're independent parties, Fiona Carrick is a registered party. You know, we'll see for that. For the Liberals at the moment, Stuart, I want to get your thoughts on this, and just for the sake of I need to go post something, talk us through it for at least a minute. The idea that if the Liberals can't win, should they just change their name in the ACT? And someone brought up what's happened in British Columbia, which actually has an election today/tomorrow in Canada, where their Liberal Party, the BC Liberals, became BC United, and they totally collapsed, mind you, but they changed their name because I think there's a few Liberal parties there that have changed their name. But is the Liberal name just poison in the ACT at this point, at least for the territory elections?
I mean, that's pretty much a CLP moment there. Getting a rebreed to try and fit into a new environment. You can almost pull the Nationals, changing from country to national to country national, changing that around. The LNP, of course, but the LNP is more of a coalition thing than anything else. Definitely, yeah, probably looking at a rebrand would probably be helpful. I'd say go along the lines of the Libertarian Party in New South Wales, where they are able to have that longer name. Fiona Carrick definitely had success working with the party in her name. She's probably the best independent for tonight. She's back in, or she is in, as an independent, as probably the strongest independent win, even if Emerson wins his seat. And she's proven that parties like this party with your name in it is possible. The Liberals shouldn't go that route, obviously, because there's a lot more Liberals than there are Fiona Carricks. At least 8 more Liberal MPs than there are Fiona Carrick Liberals. But it is definitely the case that you don't have to stick to these conventions. Whether you want to go a more, I don't know, I think Liberals almost too generic. Whether you want to go hyper-specialised Fiona Carrick, which probably wouldn't work in the ACT.
Elizabeth Lee Independent.
You'd
get some of those local party
go a
names
country
from
Liberal
South
route.
Wales.
Yeah, you'd either go country Liberal route, although I don't know how you'd rebrand as in the ACT. I don't know, roundabout
Capital
Liberal Party,
Capital Liberal,
capital L Liberal.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
Look, they're screwed. The point is they're screwed. Sorry, just quickly.
Pull Libertarian Party. Do a Libertarian Party. Put their name that way. That's your best bet.
Well, we can do it.
They're really long name.
Democrats. Yeah. The new Liberals. No.
I know.
Yeah, Maggie. Sorry, I'll just go back to Maggie. We've got those updated Ginadera results now, I believe. Go ahead.
Yes, we've also got stuff in Yerraby, but let's go over Ginadera first. Just to look at party totals. Right now, the Labor's very safe on 2 seats. We've just gone over this, I know. Liberals won, Greens have definitely won a seat there. They've gone up. Just told you that many times. and independents for Canberra are at 7.5%. Now, when you're looking at these seats, remember the quota for one seat is about 16.7%. Oh, look at Ebony. So take that away from the Liberals.
She's on the keyboard.
They're on about 10% for the second seat, while independents for Canberra are about 7.5%. And they'll have to try and catch up on preferences. But something I've noticed as the count progresses is that the Liberals have been consistently going down and the Greens have been consistently going up. So really, I think this second gin and dairy seat is a bit of a toss-up between the Liberals and independents for Canberra, both of whom will probably get some pretty good preferences from other groups. Liberals will get a lot from Family First. Independents for Canberra will get a lot from Labor. But yeah, we don't know about the seat. It's a bit of a toss-up for the last one. If we just wanted to go to Yarrabee.
Yeah, let's go there. And I'll just quickly, while we're switching, the Labor strategist, the ACT Labor strategist we had on speaking to earlier, they said that the result there was appalling, and the party needs to look at that, which is an interesting preface to it. Although same strategist says looks like we're back in. There you go, Maggie.
Yeah, let's just go to Yarrabee results. I find this to be interesting. Pretty likely to call this seat in a second, but yeah, results by group. Right now, the Liberals are standing at 38%, well positioned for 2 seats, even though they've gone backwards here. Labor's at 30.8, they've gone down 3.5%, which is about on par with the rest of the territory. The Greens are on 11% in Yarrabee, up 1. Independents for Canberra are on 9, and they're a new party. The Greens are pretty likely to win a seat here, and so are Labor to win their second seat, but I do wonder if Independents for Canberra could maybe snag one of them. However, the problem is that, as with in some other seats, except for Kurrajong where Thomas Emerson was running, their vote is somewhat split, at least much more split than the other parties. David Pollard's only got about half of a vote, while about 5% or 4% is with the rest of the group. A lot of those votes could exhaust, or, well, a lot of them could exhaust. That's the main problem, is leakage. And even then, they still have to make up a big gap of 2% with the Greens, who are very likely to win a seat. They'll just continuously go up as the count progresses. And Labor that have to overcome a margin of about 4% between the two groups. So they're very unlikely to win a seat here. Greens are likely to get 3 overall throughout the territory if they win this Yarrabee seat. But yeah, Independents for Canberra could win this last seat off of Labor or the Greens, so we'll have to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, definitely. I am still not entirely confident, and that's partly because of the preference reasons that you mentioned there, Maggie. I think it's just going to be Kurrajong, and then Fiona Carrick, independent candidate Fiona Carrick, gets Murrumbidgee from the Greens, and that's about it. If not, that kind of complicates things in terms of getting to that 13. But in all reality, Labor Greens coalition, or Labor Greens making up 13, majority, whatever you want to call it, still seems likely here. And we're calling Labor for 9, right? Again, at worst for Labor, this is down 1. At worst. I mean, Mackie, it's not a bad night for them. It really isn't a bad night. And I think the ACT Labor strategist also said it pretty well, that for a 23-year-old government, you'll take it.
Look, it might not be a bad night for Labor in terms of seats. They'll likely end up on 10 seats. But they won't be able to gain anything. And throughout the territory, they're down 4%, which is, quite worrying. And most of that is concentrated in Brindabella, where they're down 8%. The only reason that the Labor isn't going down here is because they were extremely close to winning a seat last time, of their third seat, and now they're back to being pretty comfortably on 2 seats, which is usually what they've been at in Brindabella. Down 8% there, down 3.5% in Yarrabee, down 3% in Ginninderra. They're down throughout the entire territory. Their best area is Kurrajong, where it's rather Greens taking the big swing away from them. But yeah, it's only a good night if you look at seats. If you look at vote totals, it's going to become an ever-worsening problem for Labor. And if they continue to go down at the next election, then, you know, they might lose multiple seats. Maybe they'll lose one in Murrumbidgee or Yarrabee or Brindabella.
Yeah, and that will be interesting for I guess you could say the further consequences of Labor and where this comes from, right? But still, it is not at all terrible for them. It is not at all terrible. For the Greens, might be pretty terrible for them, losing half your seats. If they do, they're going to lose
Once
at least
again,
2.
This is a interesting effect where Labor's lost the most votes. The Greens are down 2, Labor's down 4%. But only the Greens are taking any, you know, notable, you know, they're the only party that's really losing seats at this election. Maybe the Liberals might lose one in Ginninderra, but they might pick one up in Brindabella. The Greens are taking the 4, even though Labor's ended up with a much bigger drop in vote share. It's down 6% for the government. That's really worrying. I think last election, a majority of people voted Labor or the Greens, and at this election, it's just 45% of people, which is close to a majority, but 35% of people voted Liberals, and then there's some people who voted Family First, or for the Belko Party, or the Libertarians, or the DLP. These parties are strongly connected to the Liberals, and now there's Independence for Canberra. Basically, the ACT has gotten a lot more complicated, and Labor really has to worry about a lot of these seats after the election. They're fine for now, but they're in weakened positions in a lot of other places.
Definitely. Stuart, again, your thoughts on this, how this bodes for Labor in the future. You know, again, not terrible, but still it is a swing away from them, and that has to be acknowledged.
Definitely, it looks like whether that means they lose next time in the next election, they lose government completely. But it has stagnated. Their support is because they're not going to really gain or lose any seats. Really, not much change. We say they keep 9 seats, so it's Labor. Yes, they're still in government, but also they're stagnating. There's not much change either direction. If you have a strong performance by the Independents in the next 4 years, Labor will probably start bleeding. Hopefully the Greens, or the Labor will hope that the Greens stay quiet and sit in their place and don't make any moves against them. But the Greens will not want to do that. The Greens will want to do what they can to try and win back more votes. So yes, Labor is still in government, but their position is definitely weaker. A stronger crossbench with the Independents and a weaker Greens means that Labor, yes, they've got government, but their support is fading.
Definitely. Is that yes cross or no cross? Never mind. This is what happens when we're on a Skype call. Keep your thoughts coming in on the comments, by the way. Really want to know your thoughts on this election and how it's playing out at the moment, whether this is going how you've expected, how it hasn't expected. Let us know in the comments. We would love to hear from you. Just reading out some of these comments. Jimbo, North Melbourne asks, will you cover the US election? I do have a VCE exam that day. I'm aiming to be here for as much as I can, and since it's a team, 6 News, we will have team coverage throughout the day, I promise. Yes, we will be live for it. Whether it's me for the entire time or not, we'll figure that out.
Have a live cross to your exam room.
Oh, I think that's against VC rules. Maybe I can fake sick. No, I can't. I can't fake sick. No one gets. Please.
Don't say that on air.
Maybe you could have if you didn't say it live.
Oh, shut up. I'm screwed. No, I will happily attend my business management exam. How many seats are left to be called? My maths are terrible.
We've still got
4
seats left to be called.
4?
5. But, yeah, Liberals are very likely to win in Brindabella, very likely in Ginninderra, so that would put them at 10. And Labor's very likely in Yarrabee, which would also put them at 10, leaving 2 in doubt seats. Oh, and Independents for Canberra are very likely in Kurrajong. So if we include likely seats, Liberals 10, Labor 10, Greens 2, Independents for Canberra 1, Fianna Carrick 1, and then Bulasi is in Yarrabee, which is likely to go to the Greens.
Yeah, sorry, my mistake. I was, for some reason, including IFC as 1, which is why I said there's 4 left. You're right. 5 in doubt at the moment. The likely result, though, as you say, is 10-10, 3-1-1. Also saying, I don't cheat, I don't fake sick, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, 5 seats left to be called. Many are kind of almost pretty obvious at this point. Brenton says, I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up being a tied result. Yeah, I think it will be. I think it will be 10-10, but it won't matter because Labor will get across the line to 13 pretty easily if the Greens get at least 3. And I think the Greens will get at least 3. So, you know, if I'm in Labor, I'm not particularly panicking at the moment about forming government. Preston asks what's happening in New South Wales. Yeah, so Epping is a Liberal retain, Hornsby is a Liberal retain, and Pittwater, the Independents, have gained Pittwater. Independent candidate Jackie Scrooby has gained Pittwater from the Liberal Party there. That was after Rory Amon, of course. Liberal MP resigned on child sex charges a few weeks back. Yeah, keep your comments coming in. Want to hear your thoughts. And appreciate you all tuning in. Of course, by the way, we will be here back next week, same time next week for the Queensland state election, which... oh, won't that be fun? And we'll have Roman this time. Roman McKinnon will be back on live. Won't that be great? No, we're really looking forward to our Queensland coverage. You can, of course, support that for just $4 a month or a custom amount higher if you're choosing at patreon.com/SIXNewsAU. That's patreon.com/SIXNewsAU. Give us support. And that helps us continue to make these outstanding graphics that Maggie Perry has made for you tonight. I know I'm kind of overdoing it, but like genuinely, for someone to do this on their own and you know with some pay, you know, it's outstanding job, and you can keep supporting that because there are 93 seats in the Queensland Parliament. So I'm sure Maggie will have great fun doing all that over the next 7 days.
I've spent probably 24 hours on Queensland graphics and a dozen or more still to go. So it better be worth it. Make sure you tune in
have fun
to the Queensland election coverage because I have put so much work into these election graphics.
You have.
Cannot stress that enough.
Yeah, we all believe you. And I'll note, of course, we're live from 5 p.m. Queensland time next week, 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight. That's an hour before polls close in Queensland, but just want to make sure we're ahead earlier. Back to the ACT now, and continuing to look at some of these results at the moment. And if we can just bring up on screen, I'm interested just looking quickly back in Kurrajong, because that's been the race where the Greens have started off with 2, the Liberals have started off with 1, Labor started off with 2, and that's where all the main leaders are, right? The Liberal leader Elizabeth Lee, the Labor leader Andrew Barr, Greens leader Shane Rattenbury, and IFC leader Thomas Emerson. They're all in Kurrajong. Emerson, of course, not an MLA yet. And you look at some of the group results here. And clearly, of course, the Greens have had a swing away, and it seems like it's going to be tough for them to hold that second seat. So they've currently got 2 in that seat. I think it will be really tough for them to hold that, and the likely result here is that Thomas Emerson picks it up, and he will hold that seat. He will gain it. Andrew Barr will obviously be re-elected, and the only Liberal there will be Elizabeth Lee. We were talking earlier with Stuart about whether there'd be a leader bump for Elizabeth Lee. There might have been. Personally, I'm not sure. I haven't seen the candidate vote, but evidently that's not enough to get in a second Liberal, as we're seeing based off the current results. So Kurrajong will be largely the status quo, -1 Green, +1 IFC. There are actually your candidate results. We'll bring them up on full screen. And actually, we don't have any candidate results there, so we'll take them away. But those are the candidates. Those are the candidates running. And obviously, Andrew Barr's a big name there, and he. I mean, we could have called that the moment polls closed, right? He has got in with. I'm just looking at the other results. He has about 22% of the vote, and the second highest Labor there, Rachel Stephen-Smith, has 7.5. He's very done well for himself. Back in.
Sorry to butt into you, Leo, but okay. We've just got an extra 3% or so in Brindabella, which I'd like to look at.
Please go ahead.
If we could go to that, yeah. There we go. Just getting to that. As the count continues, the Greens' position has gotten a bit better. Same with Independents for Canberra. Last time we checked, Canberra Liberals were on 45.5%. A booth came in that brought them up 1, and now they're down 1 once again. So clearly, Liberals are continuing to worsen as the count progresses. I don't think it'll be enough to unseat them, but maybe the Greens or Independents for Canberra have gotten an outside shot at maybe, just maybe, picking up that Liberal seat. It would be very funny if the Greens won their seat in Brindabella, which they've pretty much ruled out. They've considered unwinnable. Most people have ruled it off as unwinnable, and they end up losing in Murrumbidgee, where we've definitely called that seat as the Greens not being able to gain that, where a lot of people thought that they would be able to keep their seat. It would be very interesting. I don't think the Greens will be able to win in Brindabella, but as the count continues, we have to just be careful with this. There's a very popular MP, Mark Parton. He's got 18% of the Liberal vote.
Oh, he's great. I've met him before. He's really.
Oh, really?
Mark Parton.
And
I never aired it, but he was like, do you believe you're going to win the next election? I believe we will. But what if you don't? Well, I believe we will. Great guy, nice guy. I'll have to meet him again in the future. Sorry, just sidetrack. Please go on.
And then James Daniel, the third candidate, on 7%. This is once again a problem for the Greens, is that this third candidate, the person who's gotten the third most votes in the Liberals, has gotten almost as many votes as the Greens have overall. It's a big problem. But, yeah, anyways, continue, Leo. Not much more to say right now.
Yeah, neither do I. This is what happens when we don't have any guests. How good does that studio look? And you can pay for it at patreon.com/SIXNewsAU. Keep your thoughts coming in. Again, I really don't see anything different than 10-10-3-1-1, which is one off my my earlier prediction. Stuart, again, because you and Maggie, and I'll just go to you on this, and this isn't a smug Leo's correct thing, not entirely, but the independent for Canberra vote, or at least the seat count, hasn't got as much as you, and mind you, a lot of people thought it would get. Just circling back, really any concern there? Or not necessarily concern, but any particular reason, or just not high enough? High, but not high enough thing?
I think I got everything wrong except my call for the Liberals. That's embarrassing. No, I was expecting that Labor would lose more to the Greens. I was expecting actually the Greens would do okay, especially with the IFC and Greens bleeding ALP votes. It doesn't seem that's going to happen. ALP is still sitting at 9, and Greens are down to 2, probably 3. IFC, yeah. I think we put a lot of faith in the independents, and unfortunately for them, they haven't. It hasn't played out in the way they're expecting it to. Who we have, women we haven't called a few of them, and Carrick's got her seat at least, but that she's not IFC. Did any of us call that? I think you did at one point, but you reversed that. The call for Carrick.
IFC. No, I don't think we ever formally called IFC. Oh, sorry, Carrick. Yeah, privately, I said publicly tonight, I thought it was possible. I just didn't think she'd get up enough. I overestimated the Greens clearly in Murrumbidgee, and she has. It doesn't surprise me though. That's the thing. For me, it was a flip of the coin whether she'd get up or not. But yeah, I'm not surprised, but I don't think you're surprised by it too much. Like, she was always going to be up there, I reckon. Evidently, you say she's won.
Yeah, I was expecting an independent to be in there somewhere. Or I had that as moving towards IFC, but it was obviously for Carrick instead. But I still expected that you'd see an independent in that seat. And again, the David Pocock effect is what I want to call it. You're having independents winning in places that are usually controlled by one of the 2/3 major parties. And that's going to cause some upset, even though it's not a big win. IFC not getting the seats people were expecting them to get. It's still going to shake the three parties because there's still someone else who's broken through. Family First can be dismissed because it's, it's only a couple of weeks, suspended situation there. But having an independent winning through an election hasn't happened in a very, very long time, and that's got to set off some alarm bells for the three parties. Any by-elections could go poorly, although I guess it'd be a recount. But
it would be
any independence.
Well, look, if there's mass recounts, maybe that'll make things interesting. I wonder
what half the government gets sacked or something. Like, how would you? Yeah.
I wonder whether that would set up, the potential for some independent runs at the federal election in the 3 ACT federal seats. I don't think any of them would be won, but
no.
I wonder whether they'd have some contests. David Pocock, for what it's worth, has party registration, obviously, but it's just under his name, and I don't think he would switch that up for an IFC party registration. You know why? Because the whole thing is he just gets his name above the line. Whether there's some independents who are supported by independents for Canberra, but obviously not on the ballot, I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But I don't think it's something that would immediately go away by 2028, or at least in the short term.
What if we see a Carrick-Pocock alliance?
Fiona Carrick, David Pocock, independent for Canberra party. That could be it.
No, but kick out IFC, but Carrick and Pocock would have the weight that you'd need. An independent running it on their own wouldn't do it, but if you've got Pocock and Carrick working together, then you could see the other independents having some success. As they stand, it'd be hard to win a federal seat unless you're endorsed by Pocock, and even then you're still an independent running, so you'd need to get more grassroots. The problem with being in Canberra as a teal independent is that there's a lot more people than there would be otherwise, because what you have is... Never mind. We got a call?
No, so I was just going to say we have a projection to make, and I'll let Maggie do the talking. Maggie, what do you have for us? It's our first news seat we've called in about an hour.
Right, we've just gotten some new numbers in Kurrajong, where all the leaders are. 48.8% counted in Kurrajong. That's actually higher than what I had just a minute ago. But it doesn't change my call. If we could just go to the results for Kurrajong right now, that would be really good. Right, so Labor's won 2 seats here. Liberals have won 1, Greens have won 1, which is down, and I'm going to say Thomas Emerson for Independence for Canberra has also been elected, which is the first Independence for Canberra seat we've called. Obviously we don't have candidate votes up, maybe I'll bring it up later, but Elizabeth Lee has gotten most of the votes here, and the next candidate, Patrick Pentoni, has only got 5% of the vote. Compare that to Thomas Emerson, who's got 10% of the vote. It'll be very hard to climb up. I think, Thomas Emerson has won here. the Greens have been slowly climbing as the count continues, and the Liberals have been slowly falling. In fact, we have an update of about 3% more of a vote. The Greens are up 0.2, and the Liberals are down 0.4. They're continuing to fall here. But, yep, Thomas Emerson has won that seat off of the Greens.
Right, and that defeats the deputy Greens leader there, who's also a Greens minister, which is a pretty significant loss for them. And
Rebecca Bassarotti.
Yeah, correct. And Maggie, I know it's what happens with multi-member, but that is incredible that the four major parties at this election are all in one seat. Like, you think of four leaders all in
I just
one seat.
saw someone asked if we could get quotas displayed. I'll do that right now, so be back.
We will get those quotas up. Stuart, we'll come back to you. It is pretty incredible, all four leaders in one 5-member seat. I mean, that is... What are the odds? I can't do maths, but you tell me, what are the odds of that?
I mean, yeah, it's never been done before in any other state. You've never seen... Actually, there might have been a Queensland one ages ago.
Happened in Tassie. I don't know about four parties, if we say four, you know.
It might have been Griffith. I think Griffith was running in the 1880s. His opposition leader was in the same party as him. Was in the same seat as him, and that was a multi-member seat, 1880 something. This was before Griffith went on to become the Chief Justice of the High Court, and wrote the criminal code and read a bunch of other stuff, which is now used in Nigeria of all places. But putting that aside, that's my GovCheck hat. Putting that aside, it's a very rare to even have two in the same seat. To have four in the same seat, well, it wouldn't be done anywhere. It'd have to be a Senate situation. You can't have that anywhere but Tasmania, unless you want to talk about the Senate. But then you've got party leaders in the Senate, and that then creates problems because you should have it in the lower house for the supply and confidence agreement, and then it just gets more and more complex. But this is definitely unprecedented. Even saying having two-party deputies in the same Senate race, which was what you could have that federally. Even that, I don't think we've ever seen that before. So this is definitely new precedent. If any, the thing is, like, this means that at the next election, any of them could lose their seat, and that'd be big.
Well, to be fair, on the outset, we're not projecting the 2028 election, but like purely just on numbers, Emerson would be the most likely to lose of those four. Or mind you, if Rattenbury's still leader, or if Barr's still there, or if Lee, there's a chance all of them could not be leader. I mean, not Emerson so much, but I mean,
is Barr gonna, follow Dan Andrews and immediately win the election and then resign?
I mean, to be fair, he can do whatever he wants because Canberra seems to love him and they seem to love Labor. I mean, look, Andrew Barr, I mean, he doesn't seem to want to go anywhere, and he seems very happy where he is now, and if they keep voting him in, I see no reason for him to go anytime soon. Big for independents for Canberra, though. They will get at least one seat, and that gives a big boost for the broader independent movement there. Thomas Emerson has been, the figurehead of this for a while. I remember speaking to him when he launched the party, and clearly this is a good moment for them, obviously. And he will sit and he will represent that party. I know, while, yes, you could say, independents for Canberra MPs, will they sit differently? It doesn't matter so much if only one of them is elected, right? And if it's the leader. So he will represent that party. He will, I imagine he'd work pretty closely with Fiona Carrick, wouldn't he? Not necessarily anything formal, but as the two independents, they can call themselves, even if both are technically members of a party and one's more of a party than another. I imagine they'd work pretty closely together if we're saying both are elected.
Definitely, you would have some sort of... It'd be like the Teals at a federal level. They're all technically independent parties. Or independent, not parties, independent MPs. They tend to work together. Not all of them. We've had some dissent in the last year or so between them. But you could definitely see the same sort of situation happening in the ACT, and that could well, they're not in the same seats. That definitely raises the options to expand elsewhere, and it means they've got two different power bases rather than just the one. Which is we knew Carrick had her power base, but Emerson came out of nowhere pretty much to win the seat there. So that gives them two of the 5 electorates having independence, gives them a lot of wiggle room and room for expansion. I thought they'd be one less than the Greens, so that definitely winning 2 seats in one election as independents is pretty impressive, and it definitely puts them in good standing to win more next time round.
Definitely. And we'll see. I cannot stress enough how much we don't want to start predicting 2028 elections here. I don't want to go that crazy here, but it's important to talk about. There you see at the bottom of your screen for you, we are projecting 8 seats for the Liberals, 9 for Labor, 3 for the Greens. 3 for the Greens? Have we called it a third for the Greens? Did we call it a third for the Greens? No, it should say 2 for the Greens. Sorry, I'll go again. 8 for the Liberals, 9 for Labor. There we go. 2 for the Greens, 1 for Independence for Canberra, and 1 for Other. The Other is Fiona Carrick Independent. The likely results are 10 for the Liberals, 10 for Labor, 3 for the Greens, 1 for Independence for Canberra, 1 for Other. So Liberals, odds are they'll get another 2. Labor, odds are they'll get another 1. Greens could get another 1. Things could slightly change, but the overall result is at worst for Labor, it's -1. At worst for the Greens, it's -4. At worst for the Liberals, it's -1, although they went into this with 8 because of the Elizabeth Kirkett defection. Maggie, do you have some more results for us?
Yes, I've got some updates in Yerrabi and Kurrajong. And
we'll go to Kurrajong. I just want to go to Kurrajong first, sorry. I just say that because we were just talking about the leaders there. So we'll start, if we can just start in Kurrajong.
Yep, almost as to spite me, the Liberals have gone slightly up here, and the Greens slightly down. But we're still pretty confident. You can see we've got quotas now. Labor's got 2.2 quotas. They'll easily win 2 seats. The Greens and Independents for Canberra have both got 1 quota pretty comfortably, and Liberals have got 1.5 quotas, which I presume will continue to drop. So they'd have to somehow overtake Thomas Emerson. I don't think that's very possible. Let's just go to Yerrabi now, where we've also got some new numbers. Right. Yeah, 64.1% counted here. By far the most counted out of any of the seats, but Greens have got 0.7 quotas, Independents 0.6, Labor 1.9, and Liberals 2.2. So Liberals definitely won 2, Labor's definitely won at least 1, and they're very likely to win a second. Maybe if their quota dropped in favour of the Greens or Independents for Canberra, it might be a bit tougher for them, but they've been pretty stagnant at about 30.9% as the count has continued. In fact, as the results updated, they've still got 30.9%, so I don't really see much changing here. Labor, I'll wait with calling for Yerrabi, but very, very likely to win a second seat there, which would bring them up to 10.
And that would be their ceiling, I'd say, 10.
Yeah. Definitely can't win anymore. They've got about the same amount of the vote. They're 31% to 37% throughout the entire territory. So they're pretty consistent.
And just circling back, I was just going to say, despite that one rise in the vote, we're still calling it Emerson gains for IFC in Kurrajong, and that will make Kurrajong 2 Labor still, 1 Liberal still, 1 Green -1, and Shane Rattenbury's the one who holds there, and 1 IFC, Thomas Emerson, he's the one who gains there.
I just
it's
saw...
not the wildest result, but yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I just saw, interestingly, apparently the ABC, maybe that's just likely, but they've got, yeah, they say Labor has got likely 10 seats and Liberals likely 10 seats. That's not new, so never mind.
No, it's fine. It's good to repeat.
Leo called as well, so doubly good.
Yeah, look, it's been what I've been saying, right? And if I'm right, you know, that's smug. They're saying Thomas Emerson's possible. Again, I'm saying he will, but...
In Brindabella, there's been a bit of a count problem with a polling booth, Chisholm, not the federal seat, the suburb, where the booth of Chisholm says 900 votes for the Liberals and none for anyone else. So that'll probably bring down the Liberals a bit. Maybe weaken their position against the Greens. They're still very likely to win a third seat there, but we'll have to see.
I got a comment, and I just want to talk about Yerraby again, Maggie, because we have to remember, of course, you know, if IFC gain that seat, and let's say Labor gets their 10th, that is no chance of Labor Green equaling that 13 majority. That would be pretty significant here.
Well,
are we leaning one way or another?
Very outside chance in Brindabella, but their best shot of a third seat is in Yerraby. You're right, the Greens.
So I would say I'm leaning to saying the Greens hold that seat. Which way are you leaning here? Because again, if IFC win it, obviously very significant.
I think the Greens likely to win that seat. Labor even more likely to win their seat there, which would bring them up to 10. If both of them win that extra seat in that electorate, that would bring them up to 13, which is a majority in the parliament. Means the Liberals would not be able to form government. Maybe if an independent were able to win in, I don't know, Brindabella or Ginninderra, then Labor could try and do something without the Greens, where they only do government with independents for Canberra and Fiona Carrick.
And if
sorry. Continue.
No, so I was just going to say, if I'm looking at the numbers right, that's got a swing to the Greens at the moment. And Andrew Braddock at the moment looks all right. He's a Greens backbencher, and
I saw someone actually say something very interesting. Is that Emma Davidson? She's a minister. Is she a minister?
She is. Yep.
We're seeing swings away from the Green ministers, but swings generally towards the Green backbenchers, which is really interesting because we've got a 6% swing away from the Greens in Kurrajong, 3% away from them in Murrumbidgee, where they've got ministers. In Brindabella, it's only 2% away from them. And in Ginninderra and Yerraby, where they've got backbenchers, no ministers, it's 1.5% swing towards them. That's really interesting.
Although Brindabella's going to be tough anyway, was always going to be tough, was tough last election.
Brindabella was always going to have a swing away from them, but even considering that it's got even less of a swing than in Murrumbidgee, that's really surprising.
And so Braddock, he looks all right at the moment. He's got a 6% primary the last time I checked. I really would lean towards them holding there. And of course, the Liberals, they've had their own swing away, 4%. Independents for Canberra, they're almost at 10% though. So it's close there, but
I'm just being careful with Yerraby.
The Greens way in Yerraby.
I'm just being careful with Yerraby because Hare Clark's a bit unpredictable. Yeah. And
no calls.
Last time I was careful with predictions, which was the seat of Nightcliff and the NT, I ended up being very correct in not projecting it because I went to the Greens without us realising that possibility.
I'm leaning, as I said, I'm leaning the Greens way here. Yerraby, Europe could be a key seat. But it seems definitely for these independents and these minor parties, well, they're kind of one in the same. It seems like for them to really be safe, they've got to get at least 10% here. You can't be relying on preference flows. If you look at, what did Carrick have? 12 odd % in Murrumbidgee?
She's currently got 12.2% in Murrumbidgee, yep.
Yeah, so it's that kind of vote that is really important for them, and not relying on preference flows, 5 seats here. Of course, one day, who knows, it could be expanded to 7, and wouldn't that be fun? We can have it like Tasmania. But nevertheless, it's currently at 5 each. It's currently at 25. So
also, maybe I shouldn't look into the backbencher minister phenomenon with the Greens, is that there was a much stronger independent campaign in Kurrajong and Murrumbidgee, which are the 2 seats that got ministers in. So maybe I shouldn't look too much into that, but yeah, just a thought.
Definitely. We'll keep coming back to that. Yeah, we'll keep coming back to that.
I will be updating numbers. We've got some new stuff in Brindabella, in Murrumbidgee, maybe in Canberra. So I'll be back.
You will be back, I'm sure. Stuart, again, just on this backbench theory, what do you make of it? That it's the Greens ministers, the one who are, I guess, more formally part of the government, who have been hit here? Or is it just a coincidence that we're reading way too much into?
It's what we've seen the whole time. I've always maintained that the argument here is against they're working together with Labor, that makes sense as to why the ministers are losing, but the others are retaining their seats. There might have been more campaigning because, there are several reasons why there would be more campaigning in those seats. I think, we should recognise that there's probably been more campaigning, but maybe those MPs have had more time to campaign because they haven't been in the office, for example. So there are definitely other explanations for why, or even it could be a combination of things. But I definitely think a person being a minister is playing a role here, because you're cooperating with Labor, and the argument here is against Labor. That's where the independents are doing well. It's because of the Greens working with Labor, and it's why I've said that the way for the Greens to move forward is to accept this loss, then not from a coalition government with Labor, which is easier for them without having the whole supply and confidence thing, and then having a turnaround in the next election. It'll be short-term pain, long-term gain for the Greens. If they remain working with Labor after this, then they're just going to lose more seats next time around, because the issue isn't it isn't policy based. It's based on being with Labor, and that's what's going to kill them. So that I think that's this is just my personal opinion, but that's what I think the issue is here. It's they're working with Labor, and the backbenchers haven't really been made guilty of that because they haven't been actively seen taking part in a coalition.
Definitely. It is a weird thing, Stuart, where they're sort of crossbenchers, they're sort of backbenchers, the three of these Greens. It's a unique circumstance, but I don't think they'll go with something formal. I think they'll go with something a lot less formal. I don't think they want the words Labor Greens coalition attached there, and I don't think, from a Greens perspective, they should be, not that I think federal Labor would be doing it at the moment, but going into formal agreements with Labor, right? 2010 was a supply thing, and of course that was only one Greens MP, it was Adam Bandt. There were more independents on the crossbench there, but really, I don't think it's helped them at this election, and it very clearly hasn't. And if not, something else has badly gone wrong. But they're losing at least half their seats. That's got to be a government link thing, but yet it's not hurting Labor as much. It's very clearly not hurting Labor as much, because otherwise Labor wouldn't be holding literally all their seats, again at worst losing just one.
I want to recognise at the outset, though, that Shane Rattenbury is kind of bucking the tradition, or bucking the pattern here. He's going to be able to retain his seat, but arguably that's because the Labor leader is also in the same seat.
Plus, Rattenbury's the leader of a party. That gives him a boost on its own.
Yeah, that's always a boost to the incumbent. Fun fact, in the UK, the opposition party never contests the seat of the Speaker for similar reasons, because the Speaker seems to be impartisan. That tangent aside, I think this is definitely something that the Greens need to learn from. It is a unique issue for the ACT. I'll grant them that. This isn't something like we're expecting to see Greens gains in Queensland. We're expecting to see Greens gains federally. We had seen Greens performing well in Tasmania. The basis for this concern, and the Greens should note this, is not. It's because of the long-term Labor government, and by osmosis or by association. So it's not an issue with the Greens as a whole. It's something for the ACT Greens to deal with alone. And I think they shouldn't be disheartened by the Greens as a whole. Shouldn't be disheartened by the loss here. And again, the success of Teal independence, while it isn't necessarily good for the Greens, it's worse for Labor.
Comment I just saw on Twitter from Dr. Andre Brett, friend of Six News, who I presume is watching some of the ABC coverage. He's welcome to watch this coverage, by the way. But he mentions that Fiona Carrick, she just did an interview on the ABC, and she said that I'm not into ideology, I want good community outcomes. And he raises a point which I think is somewhat fair, which is that good outcomes for a community involves making decisions that have ideological preferences, right? Like, you're a politician, you've kind of got to have some kind of ideology here. And another comment said apparently she wasn't excited at all during the interview. I don't know, I didn't see the interview, but Stuart, I mean, it reminds me of those people who say, like, no politics in local council. Like, it's a level of government, it's an inherently political thing, right? You're an MP, you've got to have some kind of ideology, some kind of view, even if it's kind of centristy, right?
And that argument makes no sense in the ACT. The ACT does not have a local government. The local government functions are performed by the territory government. That argument makes no sense in ACT because there aren't any local governments. It's all done by the territory government. It's too small.
And people will say it's a glorified local council, but I'm happy to glorify local councils. I am always happy to glorify local councils. I will always glorify local councils. We love local government elections at Six News, don't we, folks? localelections.com.au. You know, she is just, I think can't have to have an ideology, but still an incredibly significant victory for her and her party, Fiona Carrick, independent. Stuart, just quickly, you can take the graphic off screen. Just quickly, Stuart, we've got about a minute to go on this hour, but any other further thoughts?
Not really at this point. We are going to have to wait until we find out a bit more with the remaining few seats, because those few seats could be taken up by independents or by Greens. So we won't know the full devastation, quote unquote, this devastation that we experienced until we find out from that. But apart from that, I maintain that the concern here is with the Greens working with Labor rather than the Greens themselves, which is why you mentioned grassroots actions by the Greens. Jo Clay she's been behind the carbon diets for local connections.
Definitely. All right, well, we're going to head to a break. Come out, we've got more from the ACT election, plus those 3 New South Wales by-elections. Well, those are a bit boring. We've kind of called those, but plenty more coming. Leave your comments in the live chat. You're watching 6 News Live as the ACT decides. We'll be right back.
You're watching the ACT Decides Election 2024.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Thanks for having me on your wonderful program.
Online news site 6 News.
And it's really good. 6 News.
6 News.
One Labor source has told 6 News that the party has no chance of winning, while another believes the party is either way.
Stephen Miles, he was walking just down the road here.
Long time viewer, first time on the show. You can call me anytime.
Of all the stations and the clamouring journalists in Australia, she did the first interview with this kid.
Great story also of how our democracy is being run by high school students.
I think the question everyone wants to know at this point is, will you quit the Labor Party?
Look, when I was crossing the floor, I crossed it knowing that there was going to be the potential expulsion as a consequence.
Live on 6 News, this is the ACT Decides Election 2024.
You're back with us. It's 9 o'clock Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Welcome back into our special live coverage of the 2024 ACT election, plus those 3 by-elections happening in New South Wales as well. I'm Leo Puglisi in 6 News headquarters. With us, Stuart Jeffrey and Maggie Perry, and there's a live look at our studio up in Brisbane. It's been a really interesting night. Now, if you're just tuning in, New South Wales, Epping Liberal hold, Hornsby Liberal hold, Pittwater Independent gain from Liberal. In the ACT, we're projecting at least 8 seats for Liberals, 9 for Labor, 2 for the Greens, 1 for Independents for Canberra, and 1 for Fiona Carrick Independent. The likely results as it stands are 10 for Labor, 10 for the Liberals, 3 for the Greens, 1 for Independents for Canberra, and 1 for Fiona Carrick Independent. Those are not the final results, those are more likely. The final results are at the bottom of your screen now, with 4 seats still to call, if my maths are right, and of course you need 13 for a majority. Now, Brindabella's the one seat at the very start of the night. We all agreed, let's rule that out for the Greens. Jonathan Davis only one
Actually,
let's
Leo.
rule it out. Well,
there's new results in Brindabella that would are very interesting. Sorry, not to interrupt
That's the surprise here. Well, that's what I was getting to, Maggie, if you finished my intro.
So sorry.
That's the surprise. So, Brindabella, talk us through this. I mean, we were talking about the Greens backbenchers kind of being all right compared to the Greens ministers in terms of their vote share. Laura Natel, first term MP, like served for a year, less than a year, first ever Gen Z ACT MLA. How's she going?
Right. Well, she's had Brindabella's had a smaller swing away from the Greens van in Murrumbidgee and in Kurrajong, which is down central area of Canberra. And as results have gone on, the Liberals have seriously fallen from about 46.5% to 43%. The Greens are on 9%, Independents for Canberra on 7.5%. For their third seat, the Liberals would have about an overflow of 9.5%, while the Greens have 9% and Independents for Canberra at 7.5%. And those preferences, from whether it's the Greens who finish second or Independents for Canberra who finish second, will favour each other. 71% Canada, of course. Maybe a bit of a surprise, but I'd honestly say the Greens are more likely to win this seat than the Liberals at this point, which is really odd. That would leave the Liberals at 9, Labor at 10, the Greens at 3, Independents for Canberra at 1, and Fiona Carrick at 1. Big surprise of the night is in Brindabella, but we've got new results in almost all of the seats. So, sorry, Austin Pollock. If we could go back to election graphics, let's say Ginninderra. Right, well, Ginninderra, the count has continued, and I must have inputted the Liberals, but they're at 26%. The Labor is at 37.5%, and the Greens at 13.9%, while Independents for Canberra at 7.4%. Right now, the Greens have definitely won one here. Liberals won, and Labor 2, but the last seat is the really interesting one where I know the graphics say otherwise, but there's a 0.1 quota difference between the Liberals and Independents for Canberra. If Independents for Canberra took that Liberal seat, it would be really worrying for the Liberals. That candidate, I don't even know who's running there because I haven't been looking at Independents for Canberra in Ginninderra. I did not think they had a chance. But tonight's a night of surprises, I guess. Greens have also seen a 2% swing in their favour. And Family First Elizabeth Kicker, I think I'm pronouncing that right, has been defeated. She left the Liberals. Now that we've gone over that, how about we go to Yarrabee.
Sorry, I was just going to say, by the way, great map, by the way, patreon.com/SIXNewsAU, support this. That's probably the best result for the First Nation Party, I'm imagining, on a side note, 2.7, DLP 2.4. Please go on, Maggie. Sorry, you know me, micro party sidetrack.
Right, 36.6% for the Liberals, they've won 2 here. Labor at 31%, they've won at least 1, and are very likely for 2, but just being cautious. The Greens are at 11.7%, and Independents for Canberra at 9.8%. The Greens and Labor are very likely to win that extra seat here, but I'm just being cautious. I don't know how preferences will flow to Independents for Canberra. But we'll very likely end up with 2 Liberal, 2 Labor, 1 Green, which is what we got last election. If that's a bit of a difference, I will be sure to let you know. And I think we've got a new results in Murrumbidgee. So 59% counted there, let's go over to that. With Liberals on 35.4% and Labor at 34%, they've both neatly filled 2 quotas. They'll win 2 seats each. And Fiona Carrick Independents will also win a seat here. The Greens, however, are slowly getting a bit of a better position, but they won't be able to win that seat for Emma Davidson here, which I think they were expecting to win here. It's quite disappointing, but not to shift the topic away from Murrumbidgee, but I've noticed a bit of an interesting event here, is that the Canberra Liberals, as the night has progressed, originally they had about a 2% swing towards them, territory-wide. Now, they're dead even with the last election result, 33.8%. If the count continues to worsen their results in each electorate, they'll probably have a swing away from them. So keep that in mind. The Liberals have not had a swing towards them at the ACT election. The Greens' swing away from them has also gotten a bit better. They've only got minus 1.5%, and they've got swings towards them in 2 separate electorates, Ginninderra and Yarrabee.
I was just going to say, sorry, Kevin Bonham made an interesting tweet where he said there's an amazing thing happening if we can just bring up Brindabella, where Labor is currently on 2.06 quota, but are now probably beating the Liberals on 2.58% for the final seat. Postal should probably overturn it, but this is bizarre. Brindabella, of course, I think the likely result, as we mentioned before, Maggie, right, is Greens lose that final seat to the Liberals. That still seems most likely, but weird things happening with quotas. So we'll keep an eye on Brindabella.
Right.
And all that.
Thank
you, Kevin Bonham, for that.
This has been dubbed the Ginninderra effect, where you might say, sorry, can we go back to the Brindabella results? Where on paper, the Liberals have got 2.6 quotas, Labor's got 2.1 quotas. But when you look at candidate results, which I'll update for Brindabella soon, Labor's got, all three of their top candidates have got a similar amount of, no, I haven't updated them, have got a similar amount of the vote share of about 10.6 for Caitlin Tough. Tamus Werner-Gibbings, he's not an MP, 8.6%, and Mick Gentleman, MP, 7.2%. They've all got it pretty evenly split, while for the Liberals, they've got their vote concentrated around Mark Parton, who's got 16%, and Deborah Morris, who's got 10%. James Daniel has less than all three of the top three Labor candidates. James Daniel is the third candidate for the Liberals in Brindabella. So at the end of the result, it might end up that there's 3 seats left to fill, and say James Daniel's got 10% and all the Labor candidates have 11% at the end of the count. All 3 of them would be elected and James Daniel would lose out, even though the Liberals are much better positioned than Labor for a 3rd seat. You can thank Hare Clark for that, where people vote individually for candidates instead of parties.
Yeah, that's great. I love Hare Clark. Comments, keep those coming in.
I know that sounded sarcastic, but he really does love the Hare Clark system.
I do. I'm such a genuine person, everything I say, aren't I? I do genuinely. I think the more I kind of double down, the less genuine I sound, but I do like it. We all like Hare Clark here. Retta Berra in the live chat says, I'm tipping another Liberal-Labor coalition, as is Tasmania. That's not what Tasmania is. Green, someone else mentioned the ABC's calling it for 10 Labor. We're saying that's likely. We're not making that call final yet. Gerard says didn't expect the Greens to collapse. Mothy says I didn't know the ACT was holding an election. Yeah, a lot of people don't.
Yeah, Austin Pollock, our behind the scenes worker, thank you so much. Didn't know it was happening until yesterday.
Yeah, that feels like an oversight. Especially, well, there is ACT next week. One of you, Maggie, ask something to Stuart. I need to change the AirPods. One of them just died. But you guys go talk for a few seconds.
Right, so, Stuart, what's a good question to ask you? What do you think about the fact that, Labor's really taking the hit on losing their vote share of about 3.3%, but the Greens are losing by far much more seats than Labor is. What do you think about that?
I definitely will, because when it comes to preferences, everyone's still going to give the thing is that the independents and their supporters will preference Labor over the Greens. The Liberals will also preference Labor over the Greens. So then we've got to swing against Labor on primaries. The Greens are suffering more because they're not getting the flow of secondaries that they usually would, because Labor is big enough to be in the top 2 in basically every single electorate. The preference flows from Labor supporters to the Greens, which we'd see at some other levels where Labor isn't in the top 2, aren't relevant because Labor's already in the top 2, so they can't give any preferences to the Greens. So you've got the situation there where no one is going to give preferences to the Greens at all. All the preferences will go to Labor. Even the Liberals, they want to go for Labor. Everyone prefers Labor over the Greens. So the Greens are in a tough spot. If the independents weren't running, well, then the independent supporters would probably go for the Greens. But the Greens are there, so now their preference flows will probably go towards Labor rather than towards the Greens, and that's what's screwing it for the Greens. The independents have kind of filled that niche that the Greens used to fill. The downside is that because you've got it divided into 2 separate things, you've got optional preferencing, that the independents aren't making up all the seats that the independents are taking up all the seats that that the Greens once held, which is where you've got the bit of overlap there, and that's where you've got Liberals and Labor improving in those seats because the vote's being split between the independents and the Greens without any preference flow.
Right. Not to end this conversation here, so sorry, but Yeah, no,
It's good. I've got my AirPod back if you want to drag me back in. No, go on.
Your mic fixed itself. It was really bad for a second. We've got some results in Ginninderra. How about we switch over to that?
Yeah, let's go to Ginninderra, and that's been a really close count all evening while we bring up these results. And I think we've called... What do we call there? At least one Liberal, at least one Labor, at least one Greens, or no Greens, or... I don't know, just talk us through it, because Family First, of course, came into this with one incumbent via Kirkut.
Right, so in Ginninderra we've got 37.5% for Labor. That's definitely 2 seats. Liberals on 26%, 1.6 quotas. And for Greens on 14.3%. Solidly gotten a seat there. Independents for Canberra, 7.5%. They've got 0.5 of a quota. This will be interesting as it continues, but Family First and Balco Party preferences will favour the Liberals, while Labor preferences and Animal Justice preferences and Democratic Labor preferences will all favour Independents for Canberra. Right now, they're just a bit behind the Liberals on quota, but I don't think that they have much of a chance here. Maybe if the count continues to favour them, possibly they'll win a seat here, but I doubt it. I think the Liberals are likely to win a second seat in Ginninderra. Something I didn't realise is that thanks to electronic voting, we've got preference distributions already, so I'll be going over that, and hopefully we can get some more accurate looks at how the results are in these electorates. Maybe project 1 or 2 more seats. If we could go over to you, Leo.
Yeah, right, preferences. Yeah, ACT election. Stuart, what are your thoughts? Save me. Anything.
I'm just waiting for the flow of Twitter comments saying that the electoral voting machines were rigged and that's why Labor won.
The high profile for the election riggers is, you know, an ACT election. Like, I see comments about local elections. Like, shut up. God, people are stupid on that app. I say as a prolific Twitter user. But
yes, we kind of rely on that for a lot of stuff.
Yeah, well, you know,
sorry,
it's an awful app, but we love it, don't we? Yeah. No, still lots to come here. Turn that off.
Yeah, no, we're not TikTok.
We're not yet. For what it's worth, again, ABC still going with 10 Labor. We'll stick it safe and stay 9, but I'd lean towards 10. 10
I'm
is
just looking at that right now. Yeah, I'm just looking at preferences in Yerraby. Just trying to see how close of a race it is here. Okay, you'll have to give me a second. But yeah, just looking at these numbers, I think we can safely call a second seat for Labor in Yerraby. I know we just talked about how we wouldn't do that, but I think Labor's won 2 in Yerraby. We can call that. That should bring, Labor to 10. We've gotten a lot of new numbers in Brindabella and Yerraby, actually, as I say that, so I'll have to go over that. But yeah, Brindabella is a very interesting seat. The Greens are doing better than expected, and the Liberals, aren't really picking up the steam that, a lot of people thought they might from Labor. Stuart, what do you think about in Ginninderra? There's the Balco Party and Family First. They were considered contenders. What do you think about them?
Balco, I think that they're taking a swing against how they performed last time, am I correct? What did you have the figures for Balco? For this, I'm sure there's a swing against them. I just haven't seen the latest.
They both got 4.6% right now. And last election, Balco had 9.4%.
Yeah, so definitely, like, their Family First has pretty much died off immediately, from what we've seen. And Balco, I don't think Balco's going to stay around for much longer either. They performed poorly last time and they're performing poorly this time.
I can't believe they still existed, to be honest. I forgot about them, Balco. I mean, 9.8. They were so close, and now what's happened, right? Fallen off a cliff here. Apparently no audio for Stuart, so I'll let him go fix his headphones this time. And Maggie, I mean, I know you're kind of in between fixing results at the moment, but also Stuart's still fixing his headphones. So Balco has fallen off the cliff though, right? I mean, they were so close last time. I can't really see them sticking around till 28.
Yeah, I think they're done for. Bill Stefaniak's run a dead party, really. I don't think anyone expected they would do very well. They haven't had a strong ground campaign or much campaigning or a presence in Ginninderra from what I know. Bill Stefaniak, very interesting though. The last election he won 9.5% of the Balco party. He is the former Liberal leader and as such opposition leader in the ACT for the Liberals. He at some point formed the Balco Party, a localist party in Ginninderra, which is the only place that covers the district of Balkanan. But yeah, Ginninderra has become a very interesting seat thanks to Balco and thanks to Elizabeth Kicker joining Family First, which has had an effect on the Liberals. I did want to say territory-wide, the swing for the Liberals has gotten worse. They're down about 0.5% from last election, and the Greens are only down about 1% from the last election, and yet they're the ones losing all the seats, but yeah.
Yeah, keep those comments coming in. Thank you for that, Maggie. River TV, thank you, Michael Costello. Appreciate it. Glad you're watching up in Echuca. Anxious Aussie Balco Party been quite visible on the ground. I will take your word for it. I've not been in Canberra the past few months. Even if they have, it's, you know, they're not winning. So their best chance was very obviously in 2020. And that's washed now. Stuart, I'll get your thoughts. Just on what I asked you before is this it for Balco?
Yeah, it's like massive swing against them. Family First performing well. There's no niche for Balco to fill anymore. I don't know what they could offer that other parties can't do better at this point. Family First, even they're being beaten by the Liberals. So I was hoping that the Family First might be able to fill a bit of a niche that the Liberals had, but clearly not. So there's no chance that Balco has a wedge that they can use to get back into the system at this point. I know they're polling very poorly in every single electorate, and I'm surprised they've got enough members to actually run, although I guess they don't have the 1,500 member requirement that they have federally.
No, it's like 150 or something, or 300 or something tiny. I mean, it's good that it's tiny. Makes total sense, but yeah, you don't. We don't need 1,500.
We like micro parties at 6, but we also like parties that win elections.
We do. Micro parties that win elections are just, you know, for the sake of making something interesting. And yeah. Yeah. I don't have anything more to add, sorry. Look, it's getting close to a point where you can almost start to call it, and it's not, you know, a traditional Labor will win majority thing. It's talking about who's more likely to form government here, which is the more interesting thing to make. Now, we'll wait with Maggie until we get a call there, although I know others might be making it, so we'll wait and see. But Stuart, it's for the Liberal Party, circling back to what I think we said last hour, to be blunt, it's just not good enough for them, is it? It's just not good enough. After 23 years, at best they've gone up one. At the best. That's awful when you think about it on a broader scale. It really is.
Yeah, as the forever opposition, there's, look, I suppose Belko, there's no niche for them to fill, and it seems like politically Canberra continues to shift to the left. So either the Liberal Party has to move with the times, which would be difficult considering that they're going to be consistent with the other Liberal parties, and the other Liberal parties are more conservative, more economically right-wing at the very least. So that's going to make that hard for the Liberals in in the ACT to break rank, like the Liberals tried to have a fight over in Victoria. That's where I get Victoria from. They had a fight in New South Wales as well.
Mm-hmm. I just want to cut in. Believe Elizabeth Lee, the ACT Liberal leader, she is speaking now. Let's listen in.
A positive sign. Sorry, I had to do it. Look, tonight it's clear that Canberrans have voted for change. Whether they voted in enough numbers for change, it's clear that they have. And I think... What's exciting to see is that Greens vote collapsing. To every one of you, you've run a very, very tough race. You've worked very hard. Thank you on behalf of everyone in the Liberal Party, and thank you, Elizabeth. Would love to hear from you now. Thank you.
Friends, fellow Liberals, a few moments ago, I made the call, the hardest call, and the call that I wish that I did not have to make. But today, the people of the Australian Capital Territory have spoken. They have voted for change, but perhaps not quite enough to get us there. It looks like, and again, not being confirmed, but it looks like between them, Labor and the Greens may get to 13, which of course is our magic number. And I congratulate and acknowledge them, because no matter how you cut it up, 27 years, whether we like it or not, is an incredible feat. And in cementing this win, if it is confirmed, Canberrans have voted in sufficient numbers to continue to give Labor and the Greens the opportunity to govern for our city. They're few political duos that I think that have forged and maintained a relationship as long as Andrew and Shane, and they certainly have cemented themselves in the history books as they embark perhaps on another coalition government. And despite our political differences, I do believe that we had a fairly cordial working relationship, and I know that I've probably been a bit of a pain in their asses, but I promise it was to make them work harder. It's an incredible privilege that very few political leaders get to experience, to lead a government for multiple terms and to do it together. So I wish them both all the very, very best as they embark on this new term. Friends, they say that being a Liberal in Canberra is hard. And tonight, I think for many of us, it's even harder because we came so close. I know that there are many of you out there who truly believed that we could get this done this year and tonight, and I take full responsibility that we haven't got across the line. I truly believe that we are the better team, and I really think that we have, not just had, but we have what it takes to deliver the refresh for the ACT that is sorely needed. And whilst it was not meant to be, I think that we can be proud of our efforts because we really did take it to Labor. And we closed the gap between the Labor and Liberal vote. And we have gained 2 seats, one in Brindabella and the one in Ginninderra. And I think there is much that we can be proud of. To all the Canberra Liberals candidates, thank you for putting your hand up to wear blue when it's not easy to do at times. But you did it with pride and you worked so hard for 8 months because you backed me and you backed our party and the vision that we put forward for the future of our city. You should be so proud, you, your family and your teams, for standing up for our values, our ideas, our plan, and I thank each and every one of you for backing me and believing in me. It was a privilege to lead you to this election. Campaign Director and Division Director Adam Watchtonis and our Division President Nick Tyrrell and all the staff and volunteers behind the scenes. Thank you. Thank you. You have always gone above and beyond because you believe. You believe in what we want to achieve, not just for our party, but for our community and for our city. And you know that with true Liberal values, a true Liberal government is a good thing for Canberra. Yeah. To my team led by my Chief of Staff, Bronwyn Morris. Thank you for everything that you've done for me. I can see each of you out in the crowd, so thank you. Because you've had my back for so many years, and I would not be standing here without your support. To my parliamentary team, including my deputy, Leanne Castley. You know, we have robust discussions in party room, and sometimes they spill out into the media, as everyone knows. But, you know, I know that we have these discussions and debates because we all, each of us, we all care so much and are so dedicated to serving our community. And I have enjoyed the privilege of being your leader, and I thank you for that. Thank you to everyone who has won and re-won their seat across the spectrum.
Yeah, baby!
Yes, that goes for you too, Pardo. Being elected by your community, to represent your community, to be your voice, is an incredible honour. And I know that each and every one of you worked incredibly hard to get there, so congratulations. Including, it seems, from at least the Liberal side, Deborah Morris in Brindabella. Brindabella. And Chaka Barry in Ginninderra. And I acknowledge and congratulate, looks like Thomas Emerson in Kurrajong, Fiona Carrick in Murrumbidgee, and perhaps it's a bit undecided for the Labor team down in Tuggeranong, but I understand Caitlin Tuff has run a very good campaign. I also acknowledge those who missed out on being elected because you all ran a fantastic campaign and because putting your hand up to be a candidate, no matter which party, takes a lot of blood, sweat and tears and the backing of your family, friends and the community, and it's not easy, and I pay my tribute to you because you are part of what keeps our democracy going. I acknowledge Rebecca Vazzarotti, looks like she's missed out on her seat, Emma Davidson and Laura Nuttall. And it's got to be a tough night tonight, and my heart goes out to you. I acknowledge Joy Birch, who is not contesting and has worked very well. I had a chance to work with Joy as Assistant Speaker and we always got along very well. So thank you, Joy, for your contribution to the Assembly. And I acknowledge Nicole Lauder. Who is, of course, doing her duty still to this day by representing the party on the ABC panel. Nicole served our party incredibly in various roles as Shadow Minister, Deputy Leader and as Whip, and on a personal note, she has been an incredible support to me. Oh, is she there with a brooch? Yep, okay. So to Nicole and Pete and your family, thank you so much, and I wish you all the very, very best for whatever holds for you next. Friends, I won't sugarcoat this because whilst we have had a few wins, it is not the ultimate win that we were looking for. And 27 years in opposition is not something that any political party seeks or wants on their record. There is a whole generation of Canberrans that have never known life in Canberra aside from under a Labor government. And I think that that is not necessarily a good thing. And I truly believe that with the result today, that we have missed a genuine opportunity to deliver a fresh opportunity for Canberra. And whilst there's no doubt that there will be some soul-searching and deep reflection about our party, let's focus on the achievements that we've made throughout the term as well, that we can all be proud. We were genuinely the team that stood up for the voices that were forgotten for so long. We put forward an incredibly positive vision and we focused on the issues that mattered to Canberrans, whether it was cost of living, housing, health, education, support for small business, maintenance of our suburbs, or community safety. We put forward a strong, positive plan, and I'm very proud of being able to take that to Canberrans. Now, I do not know what the future holds for me. Don't ask, I'm not going to tell you, because I'm not going to be making any rash decisions. But I will now say this directly to the people of Canberra. And I will say this to the people of Canberra, and that is to say thank you. Thank you for your faith in me and giving me the opportunity to represent you. It's been an incredible honour, and this is an experience that I will remember for the rest of my life, no matter what the next chapter holds. And if I may seek a little bit of indulgence on a personal note, I thank my family and friends. I know that I probably haven't been the most present mother, partner, sister, daughter, or friend, and I'm very grateful for the incredible support that they have given me. My parents and their unwavering support, John and Cecilia, who took a leap of faith in 1986, moving from the country they know, the family they left behind, to start this new life in Korea so that my sister and I could have a better life. Thank you so much. I wasn't able to deliver for you tonight, but I know that you're still very proud of me. 엄마, 아빠, 이번에 때가 왔다 하고 싶었는데 오늘은 조금 부족했습니다. 진심으로 감사드립니다. And my sisters who have been by my side to the point where people go, are you an only child? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for everything. To Nathan, for all the sacrifices that you've made over the years. I told him when we started dating that to give me 5 months so that I could get pre-selected, and it's now going on 8 years. I love the family that we have created together. Our daughters Mia and Ava, who are growing into very sassy, resilient, beautiful human beings, and I wouldn't choose anyone else to raise them with. Thank you. Finally, to the people of Canberra, for those who voted for us and those who didn't, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share our positive vision for the future of our city with you. I always knew that when I embarked on this political journey, I would take bold risks and I would put forward everything that I could. Despite the result, I have done that, and it wouldn't have been possible without you. Thank you and best wishes.
Was Canberra Liberals leader Elizabeth Lee speaking there, conceding the election, and if it wasn't already formal enough, 6 News can project that the Liberal Party has not only lost, but the Labor Party will win. The Labor Party has won the 2024 ACT election. They are the only major party that can form government from this point. That is a 7th consecutive victory for the Labor Party in the ACT, and that will get them to 27 years in power. An extraordinary run in the capital. You were looking at Elizabeth Lee there with some of her supporters at the Liberal Party event. It sounds like odds are she will be done as leader. She is re-elected in her own seat of Kurrajong, and she has conceded there. So again, 6 News projects Labor has won this election. Not a real surprise, but certainly, for the Liberal Party, that is just an almost ridiculous amount of losses for them. Maggie, it is, I think, fair enough to say that it is tough to be a Liberal in Canberra. Losing one of 2 possible Senate seats was bad enough. Now this, really not a good night for them. And I note as well, they were leading on the territory-wide primary vote. They no longer are.
Yep, and, I heard something from one of the Liberals. They said, the Greens vote has completely collapsed. It hasn't. They've gone down 1%, I think. Let me just check that. They've gone down 1.2%. The Liberals have gone down 0.6%. At the end of the night, the Liberals could even end up losing more than what the Greens have lost. So I'm not sure if really the Greens have collapsed. But yeah, now that we've finished the speech, we've had a lot of results come in. If we could go to Yerby. We're going to Yerby? Yeah, there we go. Right, well, after looking at the distribution of preferences, it looks like a lot of the independents of Canberra vote has exhausted or sprayed out. And at the end of it, it looks like distribution of preferences, the Greens lead independents for Canberra by about 1,000 votes, which is quite notable in the ACT. So I think we can say that the Greens have won the seat in Yerby, which brings them to 3, and I think guarantees a majority for Labor and the Greens. That leaves just 2 seats in doubt. One of the seats which we don't have anything in doubt in is Murrumbidgee, so let's go over to that area where we've gotten a lot of a big count progression. Obviously, Fiona Carrick Independence still leads the Greens, but Emma Davidson in the Greens has slowly recovered a bit. She won't be able to win a seat, but slowly managed to recover a bit of a vote share, which is good for her. There's a bit of a race here between Liberal candidate Ed Cox and Amardeep Singh. Those two are battling for the second Liberal seat, but there's no inter-party battles right now in Murrumbidgee. So 2 Liberal, 2 Labor, 1 Fiona Carrick. Let's go over to Ginninderra. Someone just said, can we see some numbers for by-elections? We'll do that soon.
Boring.
Anyways.
Skip the by-elections. Keep going with ACT, Maggie.
Ginninderra.
You heard the boss.
The Greens have really recovered a lot of a vote. If it isn't clear, they've won a seat. The Liberals have won 1. Labor's won 2. The Liberals are very likely to win a second because of exhaustion problems within independents for Canberra. And they will get better preferences. But yeah, the Greens have gone up 2%, which is really surprising. They were the only group to even go up vote share compared to the last election. 70% counted here. The Liberals have lost vote share, but I think even then, it seems like they'll be able to win that seat.
Yeah, I'm just hearing that
sorry,
we
we've
have...
just-
Sorry, Maggie, I was just going to say I'm hearing we have got someone speaking. It's Shane Rattenbury, the Greens leader. Let's listen in.
Our seat numbers may change, but our determination is constant. That is clear. We know that every election is so important because change needs to happen, and it needs to happen soon. This election in the ACT has been one about the cost of living. There is a crisis of inequality in our community. We know that. We understand that. And that's why we are pushing to go further, faster, to make Canberra a fairer place. That is what's really needed in this city. And that's what the Greens are really seeking to do. Whether it's with 1 MLA or 6 MLAs in the Assembly, we take on the hard issues. We bring these conversations that are happening in the community onto the floor of the Parliament, and many of which would not happen without us. That is very clear as well. Now, we do not know all the results yet tonight. It's the nature of Hare-Clark election systems. It can take a little while, but it does look as though we'll not be able to keep all of our brilliant Greens MLAs, ones who've worked their guts out over the last 4 years to make a real difference in Canberra. And I want to thank each and every one of them for their enormous amount of work. They've put their heart and soul into it. They've left nothing out there. They've given everything they've got, and we should all be extremely proud of them. The numbers matter in the Assembly, but it's the result that matters the most. And tonight the Greens have retained the balance of power in the ACT Parliament. through that position, we can ensure Canberra continues to be the most progressive place in Australia. It is no coincidence that Canberra is the most progressive place in Australia, because the Greens have been there for such a long time, making such a difference in this city, and will continue to strive to do that. I do particularly want to take this moment to reflect on the fact that with the Greens and the balance of power, we have done so much. We have got a legislative ban to completely phase out the use of fossil fuel gas. Because this country cannot continue to keep its head in the sand and think we can just keep digging up and burning fossil fuels and thinking that is going to stop climate change. We have raised the age of criminal responsibility and ensure... And we've done that because kids do not belong in prison. These are the differences the Greens make. And when the Greens share government, it is challenging. Our victories are often a bit invisible. But we very publicly wear the responsibility when the government doesn't go so well. And we've seen a little bit of that tonight, and I think that is our reality. And so it is something we are going to need to reflect on. We are feeling it tonight, and we're going to need to reflect on this result as a party and how we will choose to exert our influence in the next term of the Assembly. And that's a discussion for all of us. We are a community-based party. Our members are what this party is all about, and we will all sit together over the next week and have this conversation and think about where we go from here. Tonight is a night to celebrate. Tonight is a night to celebrate our hard work. It's a night to celebrate what we've achieved across the last 4 years. It's a night to celebrate our members. It's a night to celebrate those parliamentarians that have lost their seats. And I particularly want to name Emma Davidson, Laura Nuttall and Rebecca Vazzarotti as people who have served this community so well. They have served with enormous energy, with enormous passion. I'm still got my fingers crossed for Murrumbidgee, but we'll see how we go. You know, Herr Clark's a funny beast. We'll see how we go there. But look, there's going to be a lot of feelings in this room tonight. It is a mixed night for us, but we have determination. We will continue to push the things we've taken to this election. When I look back over the last 10 years or so, the things that the Greens have taken to the election, the other parties have said are not possible. They can't be done. It's too ambitious. So many of those things are now a reality in the ACT because we are fighters and we keep hanging on to get things done and we know what needs to change. And so I assure you, those of us that have been elected will continue to carry our platform forward. We will work hard on behalf of the Canberra community, and the nucleus is there for us to continue to build this party in the future. There is no doubt about that. I want to take this opportunity to thank so many people. I'll keep it quick, but I want to thank, we obviously talked about our members and all our amazing candidates. All of the candidates. There's been 19 of us, our biggest field of candidates ever. Each of them has put their heart and soul into this campaign, and I've enjoyed watching them be fabulous candidates for the Greens and be great representatives of our party. I want to thank Pat, our campaign team and all the campaign staff who have buried themselves. They have worked so damn hard, and I thank them for their enormous effort. I want to thank the hundreds and hundreds of volunteers who've been out there campaigning, putting the Green story out there, doing all the funny jobs that have got to be done during a campaign and doing it with a smile on their faces, doing it with enthusiasm, doing it with, well, it was frankly been a good time, and I've so enjoyed working with all of you, as I know all the candidates have. Thank you so much to all our party members and volunteers. You've been awesome. I want to put a particular thanks into all our staff in the Assembly. who've made such a big contribution, especially the staff in my office, unbiased, but across the team, they have just put their heart and souls into this as well. They have driven so much of the policy agenda that the party said this is where we want to go, and they've filled in the details on that and really given us a set of policies that we can be incredibly proud of and which we'll now work to implement in the Assembly. Thank you to all the Assembly staff as well. I want to be a little personally indulgent for a moment and put a shout out to my partner Louise, who remains in the intensive care unit at Canberra Hospital. She's on the mend, we'll get there, but it's been a wild couple of weeks. Friends, we'll keep watching the results over the coming days. There's a long way to go on this one. Tonight we'll celebrate together. We'll celebrate all of our work. We'll celebrate the possibilities that lie ahead. We will celebrate our determination to continue to deliver this Greens agenda for the people of Canberra. We'll celebrate the fact that we have a strong presence in the Assembly still. We have great connections through the community. We've got a proud set of policies that we will take to the next term of the Assembly, and we'll celebrate what we can achieve together over the next 4 years. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the night.
And there you go, that was Greens leader Shane Rattenbury speaking there. It's not a concession speech. He did acknowledge, though, that the Greens have lost several seats, and that's no surprise, but they will still be the largest party with the balance of power, and they've said they're still going to hold the balance of power. Whether that's a formal coalition, we're not sure yet. He seemed to imply that they'll be working something out. One positive thing, though, we've been sticking on two Greens for the past couple hours, but Maggie Perry, it looks like we can call a third for them.
Yep, it looks like the Greens are very likely in Yerrabee. Well, they have one in Yerrabee. Independents for Canberra won't be able to overtake the Greens there. Yeah, we've just got an updated results. I think we just went over them, I'm not sure. But Liberals 2, Labor 2, Greens 1 in that area, which is the same as last election. If we could just go to Brindabella. So, we've had an interesting... I did say I was going to bring up candidates. I wasn't be able to do that, but we've had an interesting result here in Brindabella. Of course, the Greens still have a chance of taking the third Liberal seat, but the bigger competitor is the third Labor, which is really surprising. But because votes are split pretty evenly between the Labor candidates and that isn't the case for the Liberals, they might just be able to beat the Liberals, which would be a very interesting result, but I don't think many people expected. Well, anyone expected. I don't think anyone's expected a third Labor here, but they could win it because of preferences and the way votes have been split, which would bring them to 11 if that happens. I know we were saying pretty much guaranteed they've gotten 10, but it is an extraordinary scenario here where Labor has at least a chance of getting a third seat in Brindabella, so possibly 11. Did want to mention as well, I think I'm just trying to remember which seat. I'm just trying to remember which seat we didn't look at last time. I think, was it Ginninderra?
Bidgie? Oh, it might have been Ginninderra.
Well, we've got to go to a break soon, so I'll figure
no, we
that out.
don't. Let's go through it. Too bad.
Okay.
We can go through it. Andrew Barr's speaking any minute, so let's keep going through it. Sorry, Austin. We'll cut it off at 10:30 if Barr's nice and early. How about that? Keep Maggie. I'll let you keep going.
I just don't want to go over figures we just looked at, but Ginninderra, Elizabeth Kicker defeated, that was obvious, but the Greens have gotten a 2% swing towards them. We did go over this. Whatever. Liberals are very likely to win a second seat here because of leakage in the independents for Canberra vote, which is very unfortunate for them, even though they're on a very similar result to where the Liberals are. But the Liberals will get a lot of preferences from Family First and from the Balco Party, which obviously will boost the Liberals' chances against independents for Canberra here. I don't think no, it wasn't David Pollard. I don't think the candidate here is likely to win here. And can we just go to Murrumbidgee? Or Kurrajong, actually. Well, the Greens' position has improved over time. We're at 18% now. Minus 5%, Liberals minus 4% at 23.5%. Independents for Canberra candidate Thomas Emerson will be able to win that seat, but I do consider it, even if an outside possibility, that the Greens, no, I don't think it's possible, but the Greens could come very close to beating the Liberals on primary vote. Labor's actually done the best here out of every other electorate in terms of the swing away from them. Even if they're down, they're only down 1%, which is unlike other electorates like Yarrabee where they're down 3%, Ginninderra where they're down 2.5%, Murrumbidgee where they're down 2.5%, and in Ridabella where they're down 6%. So they've done pretty well in Kurrajong compared to other electorates. I think this hasn't been a bad night for Labor, but their vote share is going down across the territory, and that should be worrying.
Yeah, look, it's interesting. Stuart, what did you make of Shane Rattenbury there? It's not a concession speech. He acknowledges they're having losses. But the one interesting line was he talks about what role they're going to have in the balance of power. That vaguely implies they could be open for a different agreement to the former coalition they have now, I think.
Agree. The use of the word balance of power is definitely important there. And, well, that could be one of two things. It means, A, they were going to renegotiate, which is what we've discussed earlier, their best deal being to leave the coalition. However, what I think is more likely, what he's referring to in this instance, given his speech, is that he expects that there will be certain changes that have to be made by the Greens, because the Greens are now smaller, potentially half as big as they were. They're going to lose certain privileges, certain ministerial posts in the coalition. So the Greens, I suspect that he's actually recognising that their position will change in the alliance, and it will change for the worse, because his party is no longer bringing their equal to the game. There's only half of them now.
Yeah, half of them. And look, if you think, what would they have in a ministry? Like, would it just be Rattenbury? You think about, how do you split it? Is it majority Greens? Is it minority? Because you can't split 1.5, right? Unless you give one of them, you have one of them like what they did with the deputy PM in New Zealand. He gets half the term or something.
I mean, they could give Joe Clay environment, because that's been her speciality so far.
True, and look, I don't think they'd be opposed to it.
And that's a minor post as well. So you give them, Rattenbury, and then give them a minor ministerial post. That might be the trade-off they get, but they're not going to have the same control they once had. But I think he was right in saying that I think he was right in saying that they'd be blamed for the government's loss. It's not Labor. I think that they're definitely getting a disproportionate loss here compared to Labor, even though Labor have been the party to have government, to be the majority in the government.
Yeah, definitely. Look,
do we have a speech yet from Labor?
Do we know? We don't at the moment. I would expect it to be done very shortly. And it sounds like they're getting ready, so we'll be crossing to Andrew Barr in a moment. He'd be pretty happy, wouldn't he, Stuart? I mean, same amount of seats, couple % down, take it.
Yeah, the only downside being that they can't rely on the Greens as much. They've got to rely more on other crossbenchers, which could hurt them. Yeah, but that depends on how the balance of that power eventually plays out. But I think it definitely is something that they are aware of, that they need a bit more for the independents. And that's going to be difficult, given that we only have 2 independents so far. If we're looking at Labor 10, Greens on 3, but Greens might only get 2, and then that means you're bringing in an independent.
Yeah. Look, really interesting to see, I guess, the ongoing fallout from this. I'll wait and see in terms of the exact seat numbers. But I wouldn't be surprised. Liberals will get one more. And is that it? Have I got that? We've called 24. Am I right? Have I got the numbers right? Or are we... Or do I not have the numbers right?
The Liberals could end up getting up to 10. Labor could
10,
end
we've
up
got
getting
2
up
to call.
11. The Greens could end up getting up to 4. And Independents for Canberra could end up getting up to 2.
Right. Thank you, Maggie. This is why I don't do maths. We have 2 to call because there's 25 seats. Look, we will wait and see there. I look forward to seeing it. I'm conscious of the fact, we've got 25 minutes to fill here, assuming Barr comes out this half hour. If he doesn't, I'll be really annoyed. It looks like they will be speaking fairly soon, though. Stuart, again, we will have, I guess, continued look at this, but for the Greens at this point, what kind of position do you think they'd want to get back up to in 2020, ideally? Starting from, let's just say they go in a supplying confidence, no coalition. Are they looking to get up to what they got in 2020? Because obviously that was their best ever, and it would be pretty hard to do that again if you've got IFC also involved. But if they can differentiate themselves from the government, they might get back on track.
Yeah, well, what's what I've been saying since the start is that they need to, recognise they're smaller, consolidate, and potentially withdraw more from the coalition, and because as he said, he recognised that the biggest problem they have is that they're getting blamed for the government's shortcomings, and if the Greens truly believe that, then the best bet is to withdraw from the coalition. Yes, it'll mean Labor will hate them more, but at the same time, this is the best move that they could make because it means they're not going to be, in their words, at fault for the government's failures. But Labor won't like that. The Greens... The question is, what should they do versus what they actually do? And what they actually do depends on if they get 2 or 3 seats. But if they get 3, then a coalition looks more appetising. If they only get 2, then they have more room, and Labor will chase them. Because if Labor can only get the 12 seats with the Greens, then it would be in the Greens' best interest to not approach with negotiations and make Labor come to them. That's the best deal, is to make Labor come to you. Because you need them to need you rather than you needing them.
You don't want to be seen as kind of grovelling over to them. I get what you mean. Oh, please, Andrew Barr, speak.
Andrew Barr will be here in the next 13 minutes, it looks like.
Next 13 minutes? Oh.
That's very specific.
2 minutes ago was in 15 minutes or so. But Brindabella has shaped up to be a very interesting race where preferred Liberal, James Daniel, could end up not winning the seat, instead losing to a third Labor candidate, even though they trailed by 8% on primary, or even the Greens, who were pretty much ruled off as being able to win in Brindabella. Preferences have played out in a very interesting way, where as I've gone over many times before, Labor's candidates have been able to split the vote pretty evenly, while the Liberals haven't been able to do that, and because of that, all of the highest free candidates might be able to stay in the race long enough for them to overtake the Canberra Liberal. Alternatively, if the Greens were to overtake the third Labor candidate, which they're just about 30 votes or so away from being able to do right now, they could also win the seat and take it off the Canberra Liberals. It would be a pretty astounding result, especially if Elizabeth Lee herself said that they had won a third seat in Brindabella and they ended up not being able to win that. If the Greens won that seat in Brindabella, they'd be placed at 4, which wouldn't be so bad. They could have ended up at even just 2 seats, or even 1 at the end of the election. So 4 seats isn't that bad. Currently, they're only down 1.1%. The Liberals are down 0.7%. Labor's down 3.3%. And the independents for Canberra have debuted. They've won 8.5% of the vote.
Right. Sorry, I'm clocking out here. Yeah, right. Jeez.
Want me to take over for you, Leo? I think you're struggling.
I'm not struggling. I'm struggling.
Totally.
No, we won't go to break.
I did want to point out...
yeah, please point out something, anything.
I saw a comment by someone saying, at least Canberra rejected a racist First Nations party. I think that was to be expected. They weren't running in many electorates. Whether you think
They also
they're
didn't know
racist or
what their
not.
name was.
And I think you need to rephrase that.
Party name was.
First Nation party. They weren't obviously weren't able to win much of the vote share, but honestly, I'd attribute that to the very low Aboriginal population in the ACT. I don't think many people were going to vote for the First Nation party.
Well, they didn't know what their name was. They registered as First Nation Party. They brand themselves as First Nations Party. I know that's a very minor point, but the fact they can't figure that out feels like a little bit of a warning sign that it's not about to succeed. Like, that's weird. That is weird, right? Like, I'm not crazy. That's weird that they go by 2 different names.
They did end up winning 3% in Kurrajong and 3% in Yarrabee, which...
And they got nothing from it. You know, nothing happened.
But, yeah, they won't ever be able to win a seat. I'm not exactly sure why they said that they registered in Canberra because it was the only place which voted in favour of a voice. But it doesn't have a very high Aboriginal population. I don't see why a lot of voters would suddenly...
If the election was this time last year, maybe they'd get in, maybe could be more topical. But as far as I'm concerned with the broader issues, with respect, like, general Indigenous issues has not been a particularly massive election campaign thing this year. Unless I've completely missed something, it just hasn't been. Speak last year, reality is not so much this year. That's just the nature of it.
I mean, there is a High Court case, but that's not really relevant here. That's just my opinion.
Stuart, how many people apart from like you care about High Court cases? I mean, like, no, I know that people care, but
no.
The median voter doesn't really care too much about many High Court cases.
I mean, this is like, trial by jury, which is pretty important.
No one doubts it's important, but how many care? It's maybe I'm just a cynicist, but we care. We cover it on GovCheck and between participation and
human rights.
Human rights do seem important. Yeah.
Yeah, it's ACT. They had the first Human Rights Act in Australia, I'm pretty sure.
Good for them.
It's very big.
Good for them.
And then Victoria, and then Queensland. So we're all in the good books there.
I saw someone say that the news is supposed to be unbiased. I think in relation to me calling the First Nation Party racist. I was not calling them racist. I was quoting someone.
That's why I said rephrase it.
Yeah.
Quote unquote. Yeah. Right. This is the problem with reading out a live chat when you can't see the live chat. All right. Listen closely, people. Anyway.
I do not have an opinion on the First Nation party.
Yeah.
I was just quoting someone. Please don't.
Wait, hang on.
Whatever.
I'm reading the chat. I'm sorry. The person who said racist First Nations party is the one who made the "you should be unbiased" comment. So now I'm really confused. I'm literally just saying I don't get why the bloody name was different. I don't think anyone here has expressed an opinion on the policies of the First Nation party, nor would we. Like, just about the name and whether it would win, and evidently it is not. It's a political analysis thing, you know. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, Andrew Barr, where's Andrew Barr? Can we get a helicopter shot on him or something, and you can get one of those live cams?
We have that budget?
No, we don't. Remember when Albo's car was being followed on Queensland election night? You know, that was weird.
Queensland election night. Speaking of, we should bring that up.
I meant federal. Yes, let's start plugging Queensland. Maggie, name every 93 seats in 30 seconds.
Hitchinbrook, Ferengawa.
Currumbin.
I don't think I have a chance.
Local election. We should fix.
But yeah, we've got a Queensland election coming up, and we actually had an interesting opinion poll come out, which had Labor up by 5 points on the primary. I don't think it's very likely, but if Labor managed to turn around the Queensland election results, that would be shocking.
They won't. There we go.
They've taken a lot of that from the Greens and part of it from the LNP and One Nation, who polled 11% in that poll. But even though it's unlikely, they've improved their odds that they just might be able to snag a win in Queensland, even if they don't want a minority government. They're projected to finish on 46%, according to Australian electoral forecasts. 46% of the two-party preferred, which would be a not bad result. I think the really interesting part of the election is how many seats the Greens win. They hold... I know this is ACT election night, but I'm bringing up Queensland election anyways.
It's next week,
they
good enough to talk about it.
They hold South Brisbane and Maiwar, and they're very well positioned in Cooper and McConnell. And there's two other seats, Greenslopes and Miller, but they've got a good chance in. How many seats do you think the Greens will win in Queensland, Leo?
4. I think they'll win 4.
Well, pretty blunt. What about
One Nation will win none. That is my hot take. They will win none.
I agree.
The big question is, will the LNP, we can call them that because they're the same party in Queensland, will the LNP win enough seats to prevent a Labor Greens minority? I mean, Stephen Miles has said he won't do a coalition government, but in politics,
they'll win a majority, probably by about 10 seats. Nothing 2012 like Stephen Miles has kind of managed to, the Titanic's sinking a bit less fast at this point. But they'll get a majority, right? And even if they didn't... exactly.
If they didn't, they'll be able to get support from Catters Australia.
Yeah, with Catters, because there'd be no way Catters would go with Labor at this election. No chance in hell. Not after what they've seen. They would lose everything, everything. But they won't, because they won't do that. In saying that,
And why would they do that?
Exactly.
Because nothing ever changes. That was a setup for you, and you failed.
Oh, I'm too tired to do setups. Nothing ever happens.
Do we have anything from... Nope, we do not have anything from Anthony Green. Not Anthony Green. Sorry. Andrew Barr. Similar names.
It's not Anthony Green either.
Anyway. A?
Starts with an A. And Sven and starts with an A-N. Got to excuse me, Ben.
I mean, ends with an N. That would...
No, it's...
Next letter's an N.
I'm not bothered.
Whatever. Can we just... Oh... Okay, we're going to 11, aren't we? We're going to 11. I'm not ending this coverage at some whack time like 10:45. We will go to 11.
Or 10:30.
But an AED.
No, because we won't go to 10:30 because there's no way unless he starts speaking now, I cannot see him. Damn camera. I cannot see him. Cut away while I try and figure this. I cannot see him doing a concession speech that is like under 10 minutes. A victory speech.
Is that what you were expecting from Andrew Barr this night? Concession
Well,
speech?
he's conceding he didn't lose, so it technically is.
Well, true. Stuart, what are your Queensland predictions? Or your early ones? Nothing finalised, we'll wait till next week. But...
I've seen someone say in the chat, oh, sorry, I forgot you were talking.
Go. What's the chat saying?
I've seen someone say, if LNP win Queensland, will it be the only for one term, like the other times they won? But honestly,
it wouldn't surprise me.
I think we're a bit too far out for that at this point. I'm not sure if I'd be able to project results in 2028.
Yeah, well, that would depend, A, on the elections next week, and B, on the federal elections, which is 2025. Actually, there's a question for you. Will the 2028 federal elections be before the Queensland 2028 election? There's one for you guys. We're going to have them in the same year. That'll be great. Probably be Queensland first. We've got
2028. Do you know how good 2028 is going to be? Do you know how good 2028 is going to be? US presidential, Queensland local, Vic local, New South Wales local, Queensland state, federal, NT, ACT. How good will 2028 be?
That's the same as this year, isn't it? Except the federal election.
Except the federal election, yeah. But that will
I'd say that's a pretty big one.
Please.
Unfortunately, we don't actually have any...
UK snap election.
Yeah, so, look, we look forward to that. It does look like Andrew Barr's going to be speaking in minutes. Stay with us. Then. I can vote by the 2026 state election here in Victoria, unless there's a by-election that comes up sometime before that, which would be nice and convenient. But
here's a fun question for you, Stuart. Sorry.
Would you vote for Labour?
No. Here's a fun question for you, Stuart.
That.
Who did you vote at the Queensland local elections?
Stuart, don't answer.
Sorry, what?
Who did you vote at the Queensland local elections?
I'm not allowed to answer.
And you're fired. Yeah, no one's allowed to answer that question. Good. We all voted formally, though, and we all would vote formally if we could vote. Right, Stuart?
I can't vote.
If we could.
Anarchist hat.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Anyway, Andrew Barr's going to be speaking in just a minute, and unless we decide to cut him off like after 8 minutes, this is going till 11, unfortunately. So, sorry. But again, it does look like we'll hear from him in maybe about 5 minutes. Worst case scenario, it drags on and on.
Leo, I've heard some interesting discussion that the ACT Parliament will be expanded, whether it's through an upper house or expanding the amount of MPs per electorate or adding more electorates or whatever. What's your thoughts on that?
I can't see where that fit any new electorates. I mean, it's a tiny little territory. I love the ACT, but it is tiny. I can't see them putting in an upper house. And also, I hope they don't do something whack like Tassie does with their weird periodic elections. I think they'll just expand it. 77777. I just think they'll expand it. They'll do exactly what Taz did.
Two other options that I've heard are that they'd remove every electorate and make it 25 MPs or 35 MPs.
They've done that before, and that's stupid, and they won't do that.
For a lower house, the whole thing...
For a lower house, that would be very entertaining.
They did that like once. They had that like once in '89, and that's a bad and stupid idea. And the electorates work fine. Just make them 7.
If you're doing at large, make it a upper house. Don't make it make it a large lower house. An at large lower house.
There's no point for an at large upper house.
For reference,
no upper house, just 7. Hair Clark, literally just 7. It's so simple. Just make them 7. They've literally had a 7-member seat before. So just,
for reference, the reason that there's been talk about it is because Labor's had an issue where they want to make sure that they have ministers who are in safe seats, and in the ACT there aren't really safe seats. And so if
if there's 7, there will be safe seats if they have 7.
They could make seats safer by expanding Parliament, or maybe a system where they have 5 elected in each electorate and then 10 elected proportionally across the territory.
Okay, but now we're doing this like some European crap. Like, no, we don't need those, regional lists or whatever they call them, and the constituency. Literally just make them 7. Just make them 7 and you will have safe Labor people in there. It is not complicated at all. Like, we're overcomplicating probably the best territory in the country.
Are you saying that just because they've got a progressive government, Leo?
I'm saying that because there's 2 parliaments in one territory, and that's better than 1 parliament in one territory. There are. You had to think about that, but there are. So,
And 2 courts.
Oh, yeah, that's your. When will Andrew Barr be speaking? So we're imagining within the next, 25 hours maybe he'll speak. We will hope and pray he speaks sometime soon. I'm sure he will. But nevertheless, we will, wait with bated breath and see he speaks. It does look like he's speaking now, so we'll cut to that. We won't listen in until he starts speaking. But in a moment, we'll show him for you. And look, he'd be a very happy man at the moment, Andrew Barr. He is guaranteed to have a government for another 4 years. Mind you, of course, for all we know, he might retire in the next term. I think there was a Labor minister or a Labor candidate who said that's his decision to make, which it is. And look, I spoke to him before. I have to speak to him again, and I think he kind of said, it's his decision he'll make as well. But historic for him, and the Labor faithful seem to just absolutely love him. And the vibes are that he seems to be pretty popular in Canberra as well. Here is Chief Minister Andrew Barr. Let's listen in.
Thank you, Canberra, but thank you to the broader Labor family. Tonight's result is a result of the hard work of everyone in this room and everyone in the broader Labor movement and all of Labor's supporters across the Australian Capital Territory. I acknowledge that we are gathered tonight on the lands of the Ngunnawal people, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I thank the Deputy Chief Minister, re-elected member for Ginninderra, Yvette Barrett. Thank you, Yvette, for your tremendous support through this campaign, through the last term of government and the term before that. Could not ask for a more supportive Deputy Chief Minister and Deputy Leader of the Labor Party. You make me a better leader. Thank you, Yvette. To all of my parliamentary Labor colleagues, thank you. Leading the Labor team in the Assembly is the greatest privilege and honour of my life. I couldn't perform this role without your tremendous support. You always have my back, and I will be forever grateful to all of you. Thank you. To each of Labor's candidates in this election, you have worked so hard for so long. I know what it's like to be a first-time candidate, and I know the tremendous support that you have drawn from your campaign support teams. Your results tonight are a result of all of their collective hard work. The Labor Party is a movement, and it's a movement of the grassroots. So to every candidate, to every volunteer, we stand here tonight on your shoulders. Without your work, we could not be successful in elections. Thank you. Collectively, we have knocked on nearly every door in Canberra, rung nearly every mobile and landline, had more conversations than any other political party with the voters of Canberra. And what we've seen tonight is the result of that hard work. A 7th term of government is an As a result of all of that work, we are certain of holding 10 seats in the Assembly. There's a little bit of counting to go, but it does look that the crossbench will be 5, and 5 people who hold progressive values and whose natural partner would be a Labor government. We still have conversations to have with each of those elected members. The Greens Party, Thomas Emerson and Fiona Carrick. I congratulate all of them on their election to the Assembly. I also acknowledge Elizabeth Lee and the Canberra Liberals. Elizabeth rang me a little while ago in what is the hardest phone call to make in politics. It was graceful, short, but understandably. She and her team have worked incredibly hard and diligently and have received reasonable support across the community. We should acknowledge that and acknowledge the contribution that the Liberal Party make to our democracy. I don't always agree, but it is important that there is a strong opposition. And I congratulated Elizabeth on her campaign. This election has, as most Assembly elections do, seen some change in the makeup of the Assembly. To each of the sitting members who have retired or were not re-elected, I thank you for your extensive contribution to our democracy, to our parliament and to...
It's election night 2020 and the Senate...
And I do, in this room, want to particularly thank Joy Birch, the longest-serving Speaker of the Legislative Assembly, a stalwart representative for the people of Tuggeranong over an extended period of time. Joy, thank you for your massive contribution. From here, we need to engage with the progressive crossbench, but I'm confident that we will once again be able to form a progressive and stable government for the people of Canberra. We are rightly proud of our Labor values. We are rightly proud of the platform that we take to the community every 4 years. This campaign has been near flawless in its execution. due to the tremendous work of Ash, Toby and the team in party office. Ash has led our campaign. He has set the culture of the campaign and the party office and the engagement with candidates, with volunteers and supporters. It's second to none in my experience, Ash. Thank you. From here, we will take the progressive, practical and proven policies we've taken to this election and enact them in government with the support, I hope, of a progressive crossbench that sees value in investing in public housing, in public health and public education. From what I have heard on TV tonight, we may have a little bit of work to convince a few of them to invest in public transport. But we're up for that task. We are up for that task. Canberrans have again voted to extend light rail. A strong public transport system that connects south of Lake Burley-Griffin into the National Triangle, where 50,000 people work and 5 million tourists a year visit, is the right decision for Canberra's transport future. So too is electrifying our bus fleet and electrifying our city. We will not take a backward step on climate action. We were the first city in Australia to be powered 100% by renewable electricity. We are now building the big Canberra battery to store that renewable energy. And through our Sustainable Household Scheme, a nation-leading ACT Labor initiative, we are supporting households to save money, reduce emissions and create more jobs in our renewable energy sector. This is a Labor initiative. This is a Labor initiative that is making cost of living easier for Canberrans and taking real action on climate. Friends, Labor is the party of jobs. Secure local jobs. At the last election, we set a target to grow our labour market to 250,000 jobs by 2025. We are at 270,000 jobs. Our next task is to continue to grow our economy, create more jobs, keep the lowest unemployment rate in Australia, because Labor always is and always will be the party of secure local jobs. This progressive agenda, supporting economic growth, climate action and investment in public services is what we talk to the people of Canberra, and once again we have been endorsed to lead the government of the Australian Capital Territory. None of this is possible, though, without the support of every person in this room. I've said before that a politician is only ever as good as the staff who support them. Tonight I want to pay tribute to my Chief of Staff, Michael Cook. Michael has worked with me for nearly 10 years. Now, Anthony and I have been together for 25 years. So there is another man in this room who has put up with me for longer. But Michael, I couldn't do it without you. You and the team. To Matt, Fahim, Mark, Yashina, Karen, Mark S, Britt, Max, Freya and Reese. I enjoy coming to work every day with you. You make the job of being Chief Minister, which is a hard job, that much easier. But as everyone in the Assembly team knows, my staff are there for every single member of Labor's caucus. Every single time, always there to help. We could not ask for more. Thank you. Before I conclude tonight, because I really need a beer now. I want to thank and acknowledge the union movement for its considerable support of Labor. And lastly, to my family. I couldn't do this without you. To my parents, my brother and sister-in-law, Angus, thank you. Thank you for supporting me. Angus has been at 3 elections now, first in a little koala suit, I think, as a onesie when he was a little baby, and now growing up. It's so wonderful to be able to share this occasion with you all. Thank you. To my parents, well, I wouldn't be here without your tremendous support. It is a little family in-joke that the firstborn and the secondborn. Well, look, we have placed slightly different pressures on our parents. And I know me being in the public spotlight has been challenging at times, particularly in a small community. But I couldn't do it without your support. Thank you. And lastly, we got the man who has been my rock and my strength for 25 years. We met at the very first Canberra Spring Out Pride event on the 13th of November 1999. 25 years, nearly. Anthony, I love you. And this is the moment that does tend to attract a little bit of national attention. And so, with that, the hard work begins. I know everyone feels like they're probably running at the last 1%, but enjoy tonight. Thank you. I look forward to working hard for you all over the next 4 years. Thank you.
There you go. That was ACT Chief Minister Andrew Barr speaking at Labor's event there, claiming victory. Doesn't really have to claim it. It's pretty obvious. Labor has won. That is a 7th consecutive term in power for the ALP in the ACT. And look, it's been undoubtedly a very good night for him and his party. Stuart, look, I mean, really, that's about as good as it could get for Labor at this election. Not a single seat lost. Barely any significant swings. You know, he's in comfortably. What more could you ask for if you're in Labor?
Yeah, definitely. The only issue for Labor will be the crossbench. We don't know how that's going to be set out yet. Don't know if there's going to be enough Greens to give them support. That's the only question. He mentioned that they have to make some deals. I imagine, as I said earlier, that they will have to try and rearrange the deal with the Greens, given that they will be carrying more of the weight in the coalition. But overall, yes, it is a good night for Labor. Of course, they didn't gain. They didn't lose any seats, but they didn't gain too much either. And they have kind of stagnated, but that's not necessarily a bad thing for a government that's been there for 20 plus years. And I'm sure that they'll be happy with that result.
Yeah, I wouldn't complain if I'm in Labor, and to be honest, I don't think anyone in Labor is particularly complaining at the moment. You know, Maggie, I just want to... We've got 10 minutes to go. Just want to have another look at some of these results here. If we can kind of go electorate by electorate, I'll let you guide us through it. Brindabella's been the interesting race. It turned into a bit of a three-way contest. I'm still tipping Liberals should gain that from the Greens. And it seemed like Shane Rattenbury already conceded that Laura Natel wouldn't get back in there. Talk us through Brindabella and let's go through the electorates.
Right. I think we've seen a bit of more of the votes have been counted in Brindabella, but we haven't been able to go over it yet. The Liberals are on 42.9%, that's 2.6 quotas. Labor, 34.2%, 2.1 quotas. Greens, 9.1%, 0.5 quotas. And Independents for Canberra, 7.5%, 0.4 quotas. Now, the really interesting part of this, which is the candidate race. I'm so sorry that I haven't been able to set this up yet, but I guess I'll have it tomorrow. But the candidates in Labor, the top three have split the vote pretty evenly. In the Liberals, that isn't the case, and that's given Labor actually a pretty good advantage over the Liberals here. It's called the Ginninderra effect, where you can massively underperform maybe by how many quotas you have, but end up winning because your vote is split between candidates. Independents for Canberra is definitely not able to win this seat. I know some people have been hoping for that, but the Greens are also in with a chance here, which is very shocking. Laura Nuttall, she's only been MP for a year. She's a Gen Z MP. Yeah, it would be very interesting if she did end up being able to retain her seat, which no one has expected at all. Brindabella's got a 79% counted, and on the count from a bit ago when Labor was a tiny bit up and the Greens were a tiny bit down compared to now, the Greens were only 80 votes from overtaking the third Labor candidate, and the third Labor candidate was only 300 votes below the third Liberal candidate. If the Greens could overtake the third Labor candidate there, they could definitely take the seat off the Liberals because of preferences, but at the moment we can't say anything for sure, and postal votes will likely favour the Liberals. So it's likely a Liberal seat, but both Labor and the Greens have a chance here, which is not the type of result you'd expect.
Yeah, look, Brindabella will continue to be interesting. We mentioned, will it buck the backbencher trend or not? And certainly it's actually turning into a bit closer than I thought, noting it was only an 80-seat margin by the end of it last time. So, yeah, I want to get to Murrumbidgee, right? That's obviously Fiona Carrick, independent candidate Fiona Carrick. She will become Fiona Carrick, independent MLA Fiona Carrick. Undoubtedly, again, a strong result there for her. Again, last time we checked, about 12%, defeating Greens Minister Emma Davidson. Talk us through that. You're muted.
Actually, the count's progressed a bit compared to the results we have up here. The Liberals are 0.6% down from that. Labor's 0.1 up. Fiona Carrick Independent 0.3 up. The Greens 0.2 up. And Independents for Canberra 0.1 up from what I have on the page listed up there. But clearly, Labor and the Liberals will win 2 seats, and Fiona Carrick is guaranteed to win 1. I think, personally, the only really interesting thing about this race is how much can the Greens recover in their vote share. They won't be able to win a seat, but if they can end up on like 10% by the end of the election, that'd be good for 2028, which they'd be in prime position to take a seat from probably Labor. What would be interesting, though, is also whether Labor could overtake the Liberals on primary vote. It seems all 3 major parties have lost 1 to 2% of the vote here. Clearly, Fiona Carrick has really resonated with Murrumbidgee, and you have to remember there's also Independents for Canberra running here, and if you add together their vote shares, that's about 1/6 of people in Murrumbidgee voting for independent, community independent candidates, which is pretty impressive in a scenario where Fiona Carrick only won 7% last time.
Yeah, Fiona Carrick, look, very, very, very good result for them. And yeah, look, I mean, it's for her, right? I mean, this was the one I was kind of iffy about. I'm actually mad at myself because if I had stuck with the Fiona Carrick tip, I would have gotten 100%. Nevertheless, you know, a very, very solid result, you can say, for her. And pretty comprehensive, right? We talked about whether they're going to get over 10%. She's very clearly in. Like, she was, I think we were calling it in the moment we got that results in when it was, 45% in. So, you know, very happy there. And as I said to you before, Stuart, and Maggie, I imagine you'd agree that she'll probably work pretty closely with the other independent party, Thomas Emerson and Independents for Canberra. Not necessarily saying she'll join, but I imagine she would work somewhat closely.
Yeah, I know there's actually been a bit of controversy on Twitter about Fiona Carrick's housing policy. The Greater Canberra group has said that she's been very vague with her housing policies, and I do wonder how much of her policy will translate into Parliament, and if she's able to have influence over the government, that could be very interesting. That would be... Actually, that's not really possible unless Labor or the Greens lose a seat in a recount. But
what if she resigns and there's a Fiona Carrick independent MLA and insert random name here? You know,
that's
who knows? We're talking completely random stuff because we're trying to fill up till 10:58.
If she were to retire, I'm not sure whether. Yeah, see, that's actually important. If the Greens can recover enough vote share to get above 10%, they're on 9.6 right now. You know, if they can improve, maybe if Fiona Carrick were to retire, her votes might not necessarily translate into one of the other people on her list, and they might instead go to Emma Davidson in the Greens. That would be very funny if she were elected. But yeah, independent candidates haven't exactly had... I think people expected more from them. 3 seats, at least, for Independents for Canberra and Fiona Carrick combined. And they've only ended up with 2. With independents for Canberra have an outside chance in Yarrabee, in Ginninderra, but I find that very unlikely. Do you think there's any reason independents have underperformed than what people necessarily expected of them?
Well, I think people gave over realistic expectations.
Underperformed, yeah.
This is the first time in like 2 decades that they've had independents in office. Yes, there weren't as many as we expected, but there's more than there has been in decades. I wouldn't say it's underperformed. They might not have exceeded
underperformed their expectations.
But they did
Well,
amazing.
no, I mean, like I think most people with reasonable predictions gave them 1. I think there were a couple of people who gave them 3 seats or something like that. I don't know who, but I only 1.
Stuart, you gave them 3. Is it not right to say that they underperformed expectations, or your expectations? Because you expected them to get 3.
My wildest dreams. But I would have been happy with anything.
Well, still, it was your
which is why I said family first as well. Because that would be
Maggie,
the
what
best
about you?
case scenario
Turn the
for that
question
part.
on to yourself, Maggie. You tipped them for 3. So, I mean,
I think mainly their votes have exhausted a lot more than I thought they would, and the Greens have performed much better in Yarrabee and Ginninderra than I thought they would. The Liberals have performed much better, and the Greens have performed much better in Brindabella than I thought they would. I don't think it's necessarily that they got exactly a different vote share than what I was expecting. It's just that the Greens did better than expected in Brindabella and Yarrabee, where I was tipping independents for Canberra as winning a seat. Also, I have a friend who's, associated with independents for Canberra, and I guess they might have, kind of gaslit me into thinking they would get more than they would. So they've only ended up with 1 seat at the end of this, likely.
it's definitely gaslighting. What can I say? Conscious of the fact we've got about 3 minutes to go here, so I'll let you both get in some final thoughts. Stuart, I'll start with you. Just your overall thoughts on this and where the Canberra Liberals go from here.
Yeah, the Canberra Liberals, they've got to reform, and they've got to reform quickly. The way they continue to lose seats, and with Family First out of the picture, they should have been able to succeed with it. They should have been able to win back that seat. And they haven't been able to. They need it's reform or die for the Liberals right now. In the ACT, they need to do some sort of change, whether that be country Liberal change or something else like that. They need to work out what they're doing wrong.
That's an
self-reflection.
Work out what they're doing wrong is it's an understatement. Maggie, your final thoughts, where they go from here?
The Greens.
Liberals and the Greens, yeah.
I think the Liberals have forgotten about what they expected. They could have performed better. I think they would have performed better, but they've been marred by a lot of controversies. Elizabeth Kickert leaving the party, stealing votes from them in Ginninderra. Not stealing, taking. They've also had, Elizabeth Lee holding up the middle finger at the press, Peter Kane having some sort of racist allegations, abortions really actually come into the picture in Queensland and the ACT, and I don't think that's helped the Liberals. Honestly, I don't think it's exactly the Liberals' fault that they've done not that great. It's just that they've had a lot of controversies recently. Maybe don't hold your middle finger up at the press. Just a tip. As for the Greens, I don't think they really did much wrong. As same with the Liberals. They only lost 1% of a vote from what I'm seeing, and these seats were likely to be lost, and they've actually gained in Ginninderra and they've gained in Yarrabee. Maybe they should be looking at what's wrong in Kurrajong, but I think a lot of that is because of Independence for Canberra debuting, not necessarily a responsibility of the Greens.
Yeah, look, we'll be fascinating to see all those results. Maggie, thank you. Stuart, thank you. And we will wrap up our coverage there for the 2024 Australian Capital Territory election. It has been a massive night. And look, in the end, though, no real surprise. Labor retains government, and they are in for the second. How many years in a row now? They'll be up for 27 years in power, which is
7
absolutely
terms in
extraordinary. Exactly. Thank you, Maggie. 7 consecutive terms, a remarkable initiative. It has been a really interesting night. So, yeah, Labor will form government. Don't forget, of course, the New South Wales by-elections, where you had 2 Liberal retains there. We'll be back this time next week, 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard, for the Queensland government, the Queensland state election. Will be there all night for you. Thank you very much to Maggie Perry, Stuart Jeffrey, and our man behind the scenes, Austin Pollock. Some fantastic graphics on debut tonight. We'll bring them to you again tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching, and from all of us here at 6 News, have a great night.
You're watching the ACT Decides Election 2024. This has been a 6 News special presentation.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?